V0 News of the Times. Tales of Trunk Terror. 6 Shocking Murders. A historical true crime compilation. Step inside 6 of the most chilling murder cases in history, all bound by one disturbing detail: a trunk. Between 1870 and 1934, police across Europe and Britain uncovered bodies hidden away in luggage, from Monte Carlo to London, in crimes that horrified the public and dominated the headlines. In this special end-of-month feature, we revisit 6 infamous trunk murder cases, stories of betrayal, greed, desperation and dark secrets stuffed out of sight but never forgotten. Each case is drawn directly from period newspapers, offering an authentic window into how these shocking murders were reported at the time. If you enjoy historical true crime with a gothic edge, this Tales of Trunk Terror compilation will hold your attention from beginning to end. Case 1. Terrifying Trunk Tales 1870 and 1894. A cabman lured to his death by the Duchess. A reverend vanishes, leaving only a blood-stained box. 2 Victorian murders, each hiding horror behind respectability. Case 2. The infamous bloody trunk case of 1889. Paris in 1889, a missing bailiff, a blood-soaked trunk, and a murder so bizarre it sparked a global manhunt, a case even stranger than the Ripper tales haunting Europe. Case 3. Scotland Yard Casebook, the infamous bloody trunk case of 1905. London in 1905, a wife and twins vanish, a tin trunk appears, and a widower seeks new work. The case of Arthur Devereux would become one of Scotland Yard's most chilling trunk murders. Case 4. The Monte Carlo trunk murder of 1907. Monte Carlo in 1907, glamour turns to horror as a fallen tennis star and his wife resort to murder. A wealthy widow, a reeking trunk, and a descent from Wimbledon to the guillotine. Case 5. The case of Madame Bessarabo, 1921. Paris, 1920. A vanished husband, a bloodied trunk, and a wife with stories of spies and secrets. The Bessarabo case shocked France and the world. Case 6. Trunk murder tales from 1927 to 1934. 3 women, 3 trunks, 1 chilling pattern. But between 1927 and 1934, England was haunted by a series of grisly trunk murders, each one more disturbing than the last. Before we begin, do consider liking, subscribing and sharing. It keeps the channel alive, the trunks firmly latched, and the algorithm, well, somewhat appeased. Left unattended, it has been known to wander off with the luggage. And now, if you're fond of historical horrors, suitcase-based suspense, and the occasional blood-stained box, do settle in. We've packed you 6 murderous tales and not a spare sock in sight. Enjoy the show. Case 1. The terrifying trunk tales of 1870 and 1894. We open with the tale of desperation and death in the back streets of Victorian London. In 1894, a woman once known as the Duchess lured a retired cabman to her lodgings on Grafton Street. By morning, he would be found beaten, bloodied and stuffed into a trunk. It was a crime so lurid that it fell into the hands of a young barrister destined for fame, Edward Marshall Hall. But our next case in this episode takes us further back to Chelsea in 1870, where the very respectability of a clergyman's home was shattered by a double murder. A reverend and his housekeeper vanished. A blood-stained box revealed its terrible secret, and the hunt was on for a cunning killer who dug more than just drains. Both stories shocked the nation, and both remind us how easily respectability can hide the darkest of crimes. The gruesome Grafton Street murder, 24th of March, 1894. Maria Hermann's journey began in Pilchdorf, Lower Austria, in 1855, where she was born to Wenzel Hermann, a countryman, and his wife, Anna Marie. In March 1881, Marie abruptly left her husband and children behind. She ventured to London, accompanying a wealthy family as the governess for their children. Unfortunately, her employment came to an end due to her habit of indulging in drink and immoral behaviour. Leaving her with no means of support to survive, Marie reluctantly turned to a life of prostitution. Initially, Marie was known for her stylish attire and haughty demeanour, earning her the nickname the Duchess, as she wandered her beat in Piccadilly. Yet, as middle age, alcoholism, and rotting teeth took their toll, she rapidly deteriorated, becoming a mere shadow of her former self. Desperate to stave off starvation and provide for her children, Marie resorted to accepting elderly, unattractive, and morally dubious clients that the more reputable prostitutes shunned. Marie Hermann's life was marked by hardship and poor choices. She bore 3 children, each with a different father. One child was blind, necessitating additional expense. On March the 15th, 1894, Marie Hermann found herself in the company of an elderly man named Charles Anthony Stevens, a retired cab driver. After being picked up in Euston Road, they shared drinks at a local pub before retiring to Marie's lodgings at 51 Grafton Street, located just off Tottenham Court Road. In the dead of the night, neighbours in the vicinity heard troubling noises, a heavy fall, repeated thuds, and a haunting cry of "Murder!" Perplexed, one of them mused that perhaps the older residents were merely engaged in a heated altercation. The following day, Marie Hermann was spotted using the communal sink, prompting a suspicious neighbour to investigate further. Alarming traces of blood were discovered, fueling concerns, and leading to a questioning of the jovial Marie's sudden splurging on drinks, especially since she had been known to be financially struggling. On March 17th, Marie announced her intentions to move out of the lodgings. She paid for her room, gathered her belongings, and arranged for removal men to transport them to her new residence of 56 Upper Marylebone Street. Amongst her luggage was a conspicuously large black trunk, which she claimed was filled with books intended for shipment to Berlin. A vigilant neighbour, recalling the weight of the seemingly heavy trunk, grew suspicious, particularly
in light of the recent disappearance of an elderly man. Consequently, the concerned neighbour alerted the authorities, prompting an investigation by the police. Upon the opening of the trunk, a gruesome discovery was made. The lifeless body of 72-year-old Charles Anthony Stevens, a former cabbie, lay within. The cause of death became evident. Stevens had been brutally beaten to death with repeated blows to the head from a blunt object. From the Illustrated Police News, the 31st of March, 1894. The Grafton Street Tragedy. The coroner's inquiry into the circumstances attending the death of Charles Anthony Stevens, aged 72, a retired cab proprietor, late of Albany Street, Regent's Park, supposed to have been brutally murdered by an unfortunate named Marie Herman, alias Marie Stockhausen, at her lodgings at 51 Grafton Street, Tottenham Court Road, was opened by Dr. Danford Thomas, the coroner for Central London, at the Marylebone Coroner's Court on Wednesday. The woman, Herman, now under remand from Marlborough Street, was not present. For fully 2 hours before the court opened, a large crowd assembled outside the gates, which had to be kept clear by the police. Shortly before 2 o'clock, a sensation was caused by the arrival of the trunk in which the body of the unfortunate man was found. As soon as the gates were opened, a rush was made for admittance, but only those having business in the court were allowed in at that time, though the general public were afterwards admitted. When questioned by the police, Marie Herman provided a perplexing account of the fateful night. According to her, her late-night customer had grown angry and aggressive. A struggle ensued on the bed, and Stevens struck her with a poker. She managed to disarm him and, in state of fear and panic, delivered a series of retaliatory blows as a result. Stevens stumbled and fell, and his head making a violent contact with the fender. Authorities, however, harboured suspicions regarding Marie's story. They believed she had intentionally intoxicated the elderly visitor, then brutally attacked him to steal his money. The coroner's inquest on Stevens resulted in a verdict of willful murder against Marie Herman. From the Illustrated Police News, the 31st of March, 1894. The Grafton Street Tragedy, Inquest and Verdict. The coroner's inquiry into the circumstances attending the death of Charles Anthony Stevens, aged 72, a retired cab proprietor, late of 17 Albany Street, Regent's Park, supposed to have been brutally murdered by an unfortunate named Marie Herman, alias Marie Stockhausen, at her lodgings at 51 Grafton Street, Tottenham Court Road, was opened at the Marylebone Coroner's Court. The woman, Herman, now under remand from Marylebone Street, was not present. As her trial commenced, Marie's prospect looked grim. Her dissipated habits and dubious reputation played against her. The evidence was overwhelmingly pointing to her guilt. She had indeed beaten Charles Anthony Stevens to death, stole his money, and attempted to hide his body in the trunk. Prejudgments ran rampant in the newspapers, and a sketch in the papers depicted Marie as a sinister figure, menacingly wielding the lethal poker against the helpless Stevens. Fortunately for Marie Herman, she had managed to secure the services of solicitor Arthur Newton, who enlisted the brilliant young barrister Marshall Hall to defend her. Marshal Hall recognised that the only plausible defence strategy was to claim self-defence on Marie's part. Our regular listeners may remember the famous Marshal Hall as having successfully defended Harold Greenwood of the murder of his wife Mabel Greenwood in 1919, as we recounted in our episode 115. Though Marie had some bruises on her neck indicating a struggle, the challenge was that most of Stephen's injuries were on the back of his head. Marshal Hall skillfully argued that after Stevens had initially overpowered Marie and held her neck, the desperate woman managed to grab the poker and deliver blows in a fight for her life. To the surprise of the medical experts, Marshal Hall's persuasive oration left room for doubt, as they conceded that such a scenario could not be entirely dismissed. He proceeded to undermine the testimony of Charles Anthony Stevens' son, revealing that his character and profession were far from reputable. He not only ran a brothel, but was actively involved in the same profession. In a compelling and eloquent closing statement, Edward Marshal Hall implored the jury to rise above their preconceived notions of Marie Hermann, who stood before them in a less than favourable light. These women are what men make them, he asserted, reminding the court that even Marie was once an innocent and beautiful child. The emotion of his words touched a chord, and the wretched prisoner herself could not help but shed tears. Marshal Hall pointed to her and urged the jury to take a closer look at her, urging, "God never gave her a chance. Won't you?" The courtroom responded with applause, moved by the barrister's impassioned plea, and after a mere 15 minutes of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of manslaughter against Marie Hermann, accompanied by a strong recommendation for leniency. Ultimately, she received a 6-year sentence of penal servitude. Serving her time, Marie Hermann eventually faded into obscurity. The 1901 census records her living in London with her blind daughter, quietly living out her days away from the spotlight. In May of 1870, London was rocked by the horrific murder of the highly respectable 40-ish Reverend Hulin and his housekeeper, Mrs. Goss, who equally enjoyed an unblemished character. The murders occurred in a respectable Chelsea and threw the area into fear and consternation. The story is recounted in full within the Times. The double murder of Mr. Hulin and the housekeeper, from the Times, the 14th of May 1870. Atrocious double murder. The murder report in the Times of yesterday as having been committed at Chelsea is a crime of no common character in the mode of its conception and execution. It was planned and perpetrated with consummate cunning and shocking barbarity, and the victims were a clergyman of more than 80 years and his housekeeper, a woman in the prime of life. The report already given connected a man named Walter Miller, a Scotsman by birth, by trade a plasterer, with this fearful crime, and now that the double murder had been traced out, showing that 2 lives have been sacrificed, the whole circumstances may be narrated. Up to Monday last, an aged gentleman named Hulin, said to be a clergyman, lived at 15 Paulton Square, King's Road in Chelsea, and with him lived Anne Goss, a woman a little over 40, who had for many years acted as his housekeeper. The murdered man had friends in Lincolnshire, and of late had told many persons that he should go down to a farm he possessed there for the benefit of his health. He was the owner of a house which has of late been unlet in Wellington Square, Chelsea, a place some little distance from Paulton Square, and it appears employed Miller as a plasterer, without the intervention of a tradesman to do the work requisite in maintaining the house in a habitable condition. The old man was not seen after Monday, and it was thought he had gone to Lincolnshire. On Monday night, the house in Paulton Square was discovered to be insecurely fastened, and the police entered. They found nothing disturbed in the house. A large box was in the kitchen, locked, and a neighbour having said that it was all right, the matter was duly reported at the station. The house being found secure the next day, it was taken for granted that there was nothing wrong. The housekeeper was seen no more, but this appears to have occasioned no inquiry and caused no surprise. The murder, in fact, was discovered by accident, and through the prompt action of one man, the Henry Piper, whose evidence was given yesterday. Henry Piper. The statement of this man was clear and concise. He was called by Miller on Wednesday night to remove some goods from Mr. Hewlin's residence, and on coming into the house, into which he was led by Miller, he found a young woman, or one who appeared to be such. He was taken into the kitchen to remove a box, and, on cording it, he found beneath it a pool of blood. The woman escaped, but Piper was not to be thrown off his guard by Miller, whom he followed upstairs and with the aid of the police captured. Miller took poison and had to be removed to St. George's Hospital, where he was eventually recovered. He was thought to be making himself worse than he really was when out of danger, and being a tall, muscular man of determined character, the police did not allow any appearance of weakness, real or assumed, to throw them off their guard. The whole time he was in the hospital, he was thoroughly well watched. The box beneath which the blood was found was opened by the police, and when the top was released from the lock, it was raised by the pressed-in head of a woman who had been strangled, the rope being still around her neck, and the blood which had oozed out of the box had come from her nostrils and mouth. She had been doubled into the box and pressed down. The body was found to be that of the housekeeper, Anne Goss. The murderer, having inflicted no wounds, did not look for the late telltaling blood. This horrible discovery led to the very natural suspicion that the old man had likewise come by his death, and a search was at once commenced. An inspector was sent off to Lincolnshire to see if the looked-for visit had been so hurriedly undertaken, but at the same time a search was commenced about the two properties, that in Paulton Square and that of 24 Wellington Square. A token which confirmed the fear of foul play was soon found beneath the kitchen floor of the Wellington Square house, in a hat battered and smeared with blood and mud, and bearing a mark as if the owner's head had been cut through from behind with a blow from the edge of a heavy shovel. The walking stick, too, of the deceased was in the same place. All sorts of likely and unlikely spots were turned over with the spade and pick, but no trace could be found of the body. Then intelligence came that Mr. Hewlin had not gone to Lincolnshire, and the inspector returned, bringing with him friends of the old man, whose death was now taken for granted. The labours of the men were, however, in vain until yesterday afternoon, when the terrible truth was discovered. A labouring man who had heard of the crime came to the police and informed them that on Monday last he was engaged by Miller to dig a hole in the premises in Wellington Square, Miller saying that he wanted to lay some drain pipes down. The man was taken to point out the spot, and as soon as this knowledge was gained, the work was soon completed. The body was found pressed down a hole near the drain, lying on the back, and the coat torn off from all parts but the wrist. It seemed as if the murdered man had been struck from behind with a heavy shovel, then strangled, if any life remained after the blow, and then dragged by the coat to the hole and thrust in, the garment thus being beneath his head. The man who was employed to dig this unhallowed grave states that Miller, on giving him instructions, made him burrow, as if it were, beneath some paving stones, saying that he did not want the stones disturbed, and accordingly the grave was actually beneath some paving stones, which bore every trace on the surface of not having been moved. Thus the police were led to dig everywhere but beneath these stones. The body was removed to the Chelsea workhouse last evening. The grave was prepared some hour or two before the old man visited the house. It is suggested and believed that the deceased man was induced to come to the house on some pretence, and that the murderer, having a knowledge of the intended visit, had prepared accordingly. It is believed that the old man's murder was compassed first, and, the purpose being robbery, the housekeeper's death was then considered necessary and undertaken for security by the murderer. Property belonging to the deceased man was found upon the prisoner, Walter Miller. Yesterday, Walter Miller, a man of about 30 years of age, was charged before Mr. Self at the Westminster Police Court with the wilful murder of Mrs. Anne Goss and Mr. E. Hulin. The case created great excitement, and the approaches to the court were densely crowded to enable the spectators to get a glimpse of the prisoner, who was kept ironed in consequence of his having made a desperate attempt on his own life. The prisoner had been brought by Sergeant Large of the T Division from St. George's Hospital, where he had remained since Thursday under the effects of laudanum taken as a poison. Mrs. Harriet Middleton deposed, "I am the wife of a coachman, and live at 2 Sydney Mews, Fulham Road. I am a charwoman, and I saw Mr. Hulin at No. 15 Poulton Square on Saturday last, and he said he would want me to do some work, and as he wished someone handy in the neighbourhood, I said I would come. On Monday night last, at 12:30, there was a loud knock at my door, and I opened the window and inquired who was there. A voice answered, 'Come down,' and I did so, and saw a man, the prisoner Walter Miller, who gave me the key of the house and told me to mind it, as the old gentleman, the deceased Reverend Hulin, was going out of town, and I should have to look after the house. I understood him to say that he was Mr. Hulin's nephew. I went in at about 9:15 and did some work, and about an hour afterwards the prisoner came to the house, and I let him in. He said the old man had gone to the country. My daughter went upstairs to work, and as I found that the servant, the deceased Miss Goss, had left a pail and other things about, and the room half done, I ordered my daughter to finish it. On Wednesday night at 10 o'clock, the prisoner came with a woman to the door, and she came into the house to the back dining room. He told me to fetch a bottle of wine, and I did so, and in half an hour Mr. Piper came. He is a van proprietor in Marlborough Road. Prisoner Walter Miller then said the things were going into the country, as the old gentleman was out of town. All the things were to go away, including the boxes in the kitchen. He took the light and showed my daughter where they were. Mr. Piper wanted the cord to fasten the boxes, and as I removed a box against the wall, he called out, "What blood is that?" The blood went on his coat. Mr. Piper and the prisoner went upstairs, and I waited till they came back with the policeman. They went downstairs and called me down. I saw a dead body in a box. It was that of the housekeeper, whom I knew as Anne. Henry Piper, sworn, said, "I am a greengrocer and live at 112 Marlborough Road, Chelsea. I am also a van proprietor. Last Wednesday night at 9:20, the prisoner came into my shop and asked if he could have a machine or cart to remove some luggage that night. I told him he could, and he told me to send it to 13 Paulton Square. The goods were to be taken to the West End of Fulham. I told him it was raining and late, and I must be well paid. He said, 'Make your charge, I'll pay you.' He told me to be there in half an hour. I went there, and the door was opened by Mrs. Middleton, the charwoman. He, the prisoner Walter Miller, said some of the luggage was upstairs and some down. He told me to come downstairs and follow him. He went down to the kitchen and asked the charwoman to show a light. He wanted some cord to bind some boxes. He found some on the dresser in the front room. He said he would cord the box, but I said I could do it better and took the cord. I passed it round the centre of the box, and I noticed the prisoner now wore spectacles, which he had not on when we came to the shop. He was very much confused, and I said, "Give me the cord, I'll fasten the boxes." I corded the centre and turned the box on the end resting on one thigh to finish cording, and as I did so, my hand felt wet. I looked at it and found there was blood on it. I put the box down directly, and when I knew it was blood, I said to the prisoner, "What does this mean?" There was a large pool of blood on the place I had lifted the box from. I said again, "What does blood do here?" He never answered me. I turned round and asked Mrs. Middleton if she could give an explanation of the blood about the floor and under the boxes. She said she could not. The prisoner then took off a light coat he was wearing, threw it on the blood and shifted it about with his foot till the blood was wiped up. The coat was produced and handed up to the magistrate, covered with blood and mud. I then put the box down in a standing position and said, "I shan't have anything to do with this job. I must know something more about it." There was a young woman on the landing, and when I said this and threw the box down, she ran upstairs and out of the house. The prisoner passed between the box and the wall, picked up the coat off the blood, and followed the woman, and I followed them too. In the centre of the stairs he stopped, and while the woman went on, said to me, "Go back and cord that box." I said I would not, and then he stamped his foot and said impatiently a second time, "You, Carmen, go and finish cording that box." I said, "No, I shan't. I don't mean losing you, yet I want to know more about this." With that he left the house and walked by his side to the King's Road, when I met a constable whom I told about the blood and the woman going away so hurriedly, and told the constable to take care of the prisoner and not lose him. We went back to the house, and I sent my man to the station for more policemen, and meanwhile we three walked up and down in front of the houses. All at once, as we turned towards the river, the prisoner sprang off and ran very fast toward the river. He threw his hat off as he went, and also threw away the coat with the blood on it. I kept 10 yards behind him and shouted, "Murder!" and "Stop thief!" and as he passed the old church and turned into Lombard Street, he slipped off the pavement and fell down into the road. I was on him before he could rise. I collared him and held him until the police came. I helped the police to bring him back to the house and came back with Sergeant Large. I showed the sergeant the box and he got a poker and broke it open. There was the dead body of a woman. We sent for a doctor. I had not seen the prisoner before, but heard that he had vans twice from the shop. Mr. Henry Thomas Ryder, a member of the Royal College of Surgeons, said, "I live at 51 Poulton Square, and I was called to number 15 on Wednesday night. On going there, I found the dead body of a woman 48 or 50 years of age, lying doubled up in a box, as described by the last witness. On turning the head up to find how it was lying, I found a rope tied around her neck, and knotted so tightly that I could not get my finger between it and the flesh. It was of the same sort that was used to cord the box. She had evidently been strangled by the rope that was the cause of death. The sergeant and I took off the rope. I should think she had been dead for 24 hours. The blood had exuded from the mouth after death. There was about a quart, I should think, which had eluded from the lips and trickled onto the bottom of the box, and then onto the floor. It was a deal box painted green. The deceased died from strangulation. The Reverend Hulin found. The dead body of Mr. Hulin had been discovered buried at 24 Wellington Square, in the opening of a drain, and an inquest would be held today, but they could manage to finish the charge of murder so far as the death of the woman was concerned. The prisoner was then remanded till today. During the examination, the prisoner exhibited great nervousness, at one time so palpable, especially when the witness spoke as to the strangulation, that Mr. Self ordered him to be seated in the dock. He is a muscular man of unprepossessing appearance. He was kept handcuffed and removed to the house of detention in a cab. Mr. Self asked Inspector Tarleton what motive had been assigned, if any. Mr. Tarleton said none, but the love of money. The prisoner had only 8 shillings on him when taken, and had frequently spoken avariciously of the money the deceased man and woman possessed. During the inquest, much evidence is given from various witnesses to testify as to Walter Miller. Miller had ordered a new hole to be dug ostensibly for a new drain from a friend he had known for some years. This is where the body of the Reverend Hulin was found, with no drain found within the hole. Miller had documents regarding both properties within his house, along with some bloody trousers. Miller treated the house as if it were his own. Miller collected rent arrears for some of the tenants of Reverend Hulin in the disguise of a French foreign gentleman, and with a false whiskers and glasses. Miller presented himself as the nephew of the Reverend Hulin. The inquest led to the conclusion of murder against Mrs. Goss and the Reverend Mr. Hulin at the hands of the prisoner Walter Miller. The trial was set for June, but then delayed to July, with the prisoner Walter Miller remanded in jail. From the Sun, the 15th of July, 1870. The double murder at Chelsea. The trial of Walter Miller for the wilful murder of Elias Hulin and Anne Goss was resumed yesterday morning before the Lord Chief Justice. Large, a police sergeant, said that on the night of the 11th of May he was called to 15 Poulton Square. On the way he met the prisoner, Piper, and a policeman. They all went back together, and witness was shown a green box. The box was locked, and a piece of cord was tied around it once. Witness removed the box and saw a quantity of blood. He took a poker from the fireplace and broke the box open. He saw the body of Anne Goss inside, with a piece of cord produced round her neck. It was tied sufficiently tight to cause strangulation. The blood oozed from the mouth and nose and was running over the body. The box was 2 feet 11 inches long and 1 foot 5 inches wide and 1 foot 7 inches deep. The box was a wooden, painted one. After that he searched the place and found a quantity of bed linen tied up and ready for removal. He then took the accused to the station. It was afterwards found that a key which fitted the box was on a bunch of keys found in the prisoner's possession. Joseph Coles, Police Constable 94E, deposed that when at the station he searched the prisoner and found £7 10 shillings in gold, 9 shillings and 9 in silver, a corkscrew, 2 knives, a pipe and some Vesuvians, spectacles and case, 3 gloves, a common ring, abstract from a title deed from the house in Wellington Square. This last article had a large quantity of blood on it when produced in court, and it caused quite a sensational murmur. There was also in his pocket a rent book, a silk handkerchief, and 2 envelopes addressed to Mrs. Goss. Dr. Goodrich came to see the prisoner, who was believed to be shamming insensibility. He was taken to St. George's Hospital and remained there for some hours. On the Friday he was taken to the Westminster Police Court and was there charged. When the charge was read over, Miller made no reply. Witness afterwards asked if he understood what had been read to him, and the accused answered, "You said something about murder." Witness again read the charge, and the accused said, "I'll say nothing now." Dr. Francis Goodrich, surgeon, was sent to see the prisoner at the police station. The police said the accused was a Frenchman, and witness spoke to him in French. The prisoner did not answer him. Witness examined the accused, who was very weak and depressed, and could not or would not move his head. The police showed witness a broken bottle, and he fancied that it had contained laudanum. The witness gave the accused an emetic. The vomit gave no traces of laudanum, and it must have done so had the accused taken any. Witness thought he was shamming insensibility. Edward Clough, on the afternoon of the Thursday, went to the house in Wellington Square with Watts, another constable. Under the boards of the sink they found a hat. The hat was produced and was much battered, and had blood on it. It was of the shape usually worn by the clerical gentlemen. On going into the yard, the witness found a quantity of clothes, blood, and paper scattered about, and also noticed that a new piece of boarding had been put down near the sink. The next day the witness Payne was there, and shewed witness and Watts where he had dug the drain. Witness and Watts dug there, and found the body of Mr. Hulin. He had on his vest, trousers, boots, and mittens, and the coat was underneath, where the head was placed. One sleeve of the coat was turned inside out, and there was a rope around the neck, which Watts took off. After the body had been found, witness observed a reddish substance on the floor. Thomas A. Turner, surgeon of 182 King's Road, Chelsea, spoke to being called in to see the body of the Reverend Mr. Hulin. On the following day, witness made a post-mortem examination. He examined the head very minutely and found 2 small holes behind the right ear, through which the brain matter protruded. On opening the head, he found another large hole. There must have been 2 blows. The left eye was very much contused and the right eye slightly. On examining the chest, lungs and heart, which he had expected would be congested from the rope being found around the neck, witness discovered that the parts named presented no indication of death from strangulation. Detective Inspector Payne gave evidence as to searching the premises of the accused. He found a bunch of keys, one of which unlocked the spirit cupboard of 15 Halton Square, and a pair of black trousers with spots of blood on them. The prisoner's wife was present when he found the things named. Witness then went to the house in Wellington Square, and there were marks of blood on the floor, as if someone had dropped there and had been rubbed over with a stone. What motive had the prisoner to commit the brutal murder he was charged with? Mr. Hewlin seemed to have treated the prisoner well, and to have let him have money on account. As to the making of the drain, it was impossible for anyone now to say whether or not it was not dug by the orders of Mr. Hewlin, and had the prisoner intended to bury the body in it, he, being a workman, would in all likelihood have done the work himself so as to avoid suspicion. The Lord Chief Justice, in summing up the case, observed that it was entirely of circumstantial evidence. In referring to the drain, his lordship pointed out there was already a drain in the yard, and the prisoner was the man who had the keys, and also the person who gave orders for the new drain to be dug. Who filled it in was a question for the jury, but the case did not rest there. Clothes belonging to the deceased and money in gold was found in the prisoner's possession. True, it might be that the prisoner possessed the amount found on him, but on the other hand, no money was found on the body, and it must be remembered that the deceased was a rich man. After going through the various facts of the case, the learned judge went on to say that if the prisoner was proved to the satisfaction of the jury to have assumed the part of the nephew, the case assumed a most formidable aspect. The jury retired at 3:02 to consider their verdict, and returned in 10 minutes with a verdict of guilty. Sentencing. The Lord Chief Justice, in sentencing the prisoner to death, implored him not to deceive himself with any hopes that the sentence would be remitted. It was impossible for the jury to have returned any other verdict, or for any person who had heard the evidence not to believe that the prisoner had been guilty of 2 murders. There was no doubt he murdered the poor man for the miserable and sordid purpose of getting hold of his money, and to gain his end he had recourse to the most subtle resources and conveyances. He must have gone with his hand almost reeking with blood of one person to murder the other, and went home afterwards and laughed and joked in his usual manner, exulting as it were in his wickedness. No language could express the horror one felt at hearing even mention of such a crime. His doom was certain, and in a few short days he would be out of this world. His lordship concluded by a most earnest exhortation to the prisoner to seek forgiveness from God. Sentence of death was then passed in the usual form. His lordship ordered the witness Piper to stand forward, and said that it was mainly due to his courage that the perpetrator of 2 of the most atrocious murders ever heard of had been brought to justice. He was glad that, by an act of Parliament, he had the power of ordering some reward. He had great pleasure in awarding him £50. The announcement was received with applause. Walter Miller was executed within Newgate Jail for the Chelsea murders. He declined to receive the chaplain and endeavoured to knock his brains against the wall of his cell, but only injured his head slightly. He protested his innocence to the last, saying he and Jesus Christ were convicted on equally false testimony. He had to be carried to the scaffold in a chair by 5 warders. He showed signs of life for several minutes after the bolt was drawn by Calcraft.
Case 2. The infamous bloody trunk case of 1889. Paris in 1889. The city is still haunted by whispers of Jack the Ripper across the Channel when another horror grips the headlines. A notorious womanizing bailiff vanishes without trace. At first, the public assumes the tale will be one of jealous lovers and clandestine affairs. Instead, it becomes something far darker. His naked, bound body is discovered stuffed into a bloody trunk and abandoned under a hedge hundreds of miles away. What follows is a murder mystery that would eclipse even the Ripper stories, a killing so bizarre it sparked an international manhunt across 3 continents. This is the tale of the bloody trunk murder.
The background. Gabrielle Bompard grew up in northern France, where her father worked as a metal dealer and his mistress, with whom she had a contentious relationship. Gabrielle was of a spirited nature. Upon release from a series of boarding schools and convents from which she grew up in, Gabrielle, at the age of 20, sets off to Paris with a little money which quickly evaporates in the expensive capital. Here, 20-year-old Gabrielle meets married 50-ish Michel Hérode, who wines and dines young and naive Gabrielle. Hérode, a seasoned swindler himself, soon finds himself on a legal and financial precipice, as he is accused of fraud from some of his previous shady dealings. In need of some quick cash, he entwines young Gabrielle into a ploy to attract rich businessmen and steal their money. The blueprint appeared deceptively straightforward. Gabrielle would ensnare a wealthy suitor, leading him to an apartment where, in a macabre twist, robbery and murder awaited. The simplicity of the plan belied the intricate details that would unfold in its execution. Venturing across the Channel to London, the aspiring criminals embarked on a shopping spree, acquiring a capacious trunk, fabric for a makeshift body bag, and a chilling array of tools, a rope, a pulley, and a silk cord fashioned into a noose. Upon their return to Paris, Hérode meticulously rigged the scene, securing the pulley to a crossbeam and shrouding an alcove with a discreet curtain concealing a chair and the ominous hanging apparatus. Awaiting the unsuspected victim, the duo now faced the crucial task of luring a man both flush with funds and susceptible to the allure of Gabrielle. With this plan in mind, their gaze settled upon Toussaint Augustin Gouffet, a notorious philanderer with an apparent weakness for Gabrielle's charms. Bailiff Gouffet is a respectable widower raising 2 young girls. Gouffet is an extraordinary womanizer with a documented dalliance with 20 women in the month preceding his demise. He readily succumbed to Gabrielle's invitation for a seemingly romantic candlelit evening, unwittingly stepping into the web meticulously woven by the aspiring criminals. Pretty and young Gabrielle finds it easy to entice him with a promise of afternoon delights. The scene is set. From the Nottingham Evening Post, the 30th of July, 1889, a Paris mystery. The disappearance of Monsieur Gouffet, a process server or a bailiff, is creating quite a sensation in Paris. He left his house in Rue Rogemont, number 13, last Friday, and has not been heard since. It is feared he has been made away with, as he had no reason to leave his home in such a sudden manner. He was a widower, 48 years of age, with 2 young daughters. Interestingly, France has a new police chief, Monsieur Goron, who has recently visited London on the heels of the horrific series of Jack the Ripper slayings, in which he has thrown his full support behind the English police in their handling of the murders. The 2 police commissioners have agreed to support each other across the Channel. From the London Daily Chronicle, the 10th of October, 1889. The family of Monsieur Gouffet, the bailiff, have offered a reward of 10,000 francs for any information leading to the discovery of his whereabouts. This fact may have some interest to English readers, seeing that if Monsieur Gouffet has not been the victim of a tragedy, he is generally believed by the French police authorities to be in London. A naked body is found several hundred miles away in a Victorian version of a body bag. The body is bound in rope and has been strangled. 2 weeks later, an abandoned trunk is found reeking of death. The trunk has a tag glued to its exterior indicating the route of Paris to Lyon on the 27th of July, 1889. High-level forensic examinations for the time are made, and the decomposing hair that was found on the naked trussed body is compared with hairs from Gouffet's comb. It is a match. Gouffet has been found. From the London Daily Chronicle, the 11th of November, 1889. Monsieur Goron, the chief of the detective service, is gradually unravelling the mystery which surrounds the disappearance of Monsieur Gouffet. It appears probable that the remains found in a wood near Lyon are those of Monsieur Gouffet, who was murdered in Paris in a house near the Place de la République. The police have a clue to the murderers, who are being watched but who have not yet been arrested. A clerk deposed that he was asked to give a letter to Monsieur Gouffet on July the 26th outside the Café Véron. The bailiff left the friend with whom he was seated and went off with an individual who was waiting for him. A man named Hérode, who is strongly suspected of being one of the murderers, disappeared a few hours after Monsieur Gouffet. He did military service in Mexico in 1866 and is believed to have returned there. Madame Hérode is also missing. A warrant is out for the arrest of 2 persons whose names are, for obvious reasons, kept back by the police. The case is very much in the public eye, and Monsieur Goron is determined not to find himself in the same position as many of the unfortunate police officials have been on the Ripper case in London. Round-the-clock investigations are in place. With the body of Monsieur Gouffet confirmed, Police are able to piece together the likely involvement of Monsieur Hérode and his supposed wife, Gabrielle Bompard, but both persons have vanished. Following the clues, the suspected killing couple are traced to London. From the Echo, the London, on the 5th of December 1889, the murder of Monsieur Gouffet. The clue to the murder of Monsieur Gouffet, the French bailiff, is now said to be in London. A French family living in Gower Street have had Monsieur Michel Hérode and his mistress, Gabrielle Bompard, as lodgers. They recognise the portmanteau now at the morgue and say that the couple left for Paris about the 14th of July. The English police are said to be giving valuable aid to Monsieur Goron, and there is still some hope of finding out Hérode's whereabouts, especially as he has been traced to the neighbourhood of Saint-Malo. Monsieur Goron is also certain that he knows the house where the unfortunate process server was murdered. The cabman Laforge, who took the portmanteau containing the remains to Millery near Lyon, is to be brought to Paris today so as to be in the hands of the examining magistrate who is investigating the case. Back in France, the investigations into Gouffet's mysterious vanishing commenced with an ominous silence, a puzzle missing its vital pieces. It wasn't until weeks later that the decomposed body discovered near Lyon became the linchpin connecting the dots to the absent man. Thanks to the shrewd intuition of François-Marie Goron, the distinguished head of the Paris Sûreté, unhesitant to leverage the power of the press, Goron enlisted public collaboration, and a captivated audience eagerly embraced the opportunity. The reconstructed bloody trunk unveiled for public scrutiny at the Paris morgue became a macabre spectacle that held the city enthralled for a week. Thousands, both French and international spectators, queued patiently for hours, drawn by morbid curiosity. The names Michel Hérode and Gabrielle Bompard reverberated through the crowd, conspicuously absent since Gouffet's disappearance in July. The ensuing manhunt unfolded like a gripping saga, spanning across France, England, and the vast expanse of America. Detectives returning from each leg of the chase brought with them a trove of information, leaving no room for doubt regarding the couple's complicity in Gouffet's murder. Long before Gabrielle's anticipated return to French soil, both she and Hérode had ascended to the dubious distinction of the world's most wanted criminals, their infamy echoing across continents. From the Halstead Gazette on the 5th of December 1889, flocking to the morgue. The Paris morgue is very much frequented just now. 10,000 people, mostly women, visited the place on Saturday in order to see the trunk in which the body of Monsieur Gouffet, the murdered process server of the Faubourg Montmartre, was found at Millery. Among the persons who awaited their turns to enter the morgue both Saturday and Sunday were dandies in furred coats, sad fashion plates, whose elegant and elaborate millinery was displayed in striking contrast with the thousand poorer in shreds and patches around them. Only 10 or 11 persons were admitted to see the trunk at a time. The article has been exhibited at the instance of Monsieur Goron, the head of the detective department, who expects to find a clue at the morgue to help him in tracing the murderer or murderers of Monsieur Gouffre. He hopes that the cabman who drove the assassin to the station may identify the trunk. In the meantime, the killing couple are on the run. Disguised as Monsieur Labaudière and his supposed son, the enigmatic couple disembarked in Dover, their identities concealed beneath a facade of normalcy. Gabrielle, her once flowing locks shorn, effortlessly assumed the role of a young boy. Within days, they seamlessly transitioned onto a transatlantic steamer bound for Canada, now assuming the personas of E.B. Vanerd, a purported wealthy businessman, and his daughter, Bertha. Their journey traced a trajectory from Quebec to Montreal, onwards to Vancouver, culminating in the vibrant city of San Francisco. Along the way, serendipity entwined their fates with Georges Garanger, an affluent Frenchman ensnared by Gabrielle's beguiling charms. Hérode, the puppeteer orchestrating their elaborate ruse, envisaged Garanger as the next unsuspecting victim in a sinister plot of deceit and murder. But Hérode's machinations fail as Gabrielle begins to fall in love with wealthy Garanger. Gabrielle, in essence, dumps Hérode and commits herself to a new love, Garanger. Hérode's plot has Gabrielle bringing Garanger to New York, where Hérode is waiting for them. There, the plan is to take all his money and murder him. Gabrielle, during the voyage there, was to inveigle how and where he kept his money. But Hérode's plan backfires, as Gabrielle falls for Garanger's charms. Instead of New York, where Hérode is waiting, the duo embarking on a voyage back to Europe. During the transatlantic crossing, Gabrielle gradually unburdens herself to Garanger, revealing the sinister reality of their shared past. The full weight of the deception only crystallized for Garanger upon their arrival in the City of Lights, Paris. Embracing the role of Hérode's supposed victim, Gabrielle orchestrated dramatic surrender to the authorities with her new, steadfast lover, Garanger, faithfully by her side. The ensuing frenzy, ignited by the press and fueled by public fascination, reached a fever pitch. Unfazed by the gravity of the charges levied against her, Gabrielle appeared to thrive on the notoriety that surrounded her. Every public appearance, whether a sombre transfer from prison to the hallowed halls of the Palais de Justice or a visit to the crime scenes, commanded a rapt audience. Gabrielle's image graced the pages of print media, and even the minutest detail of her life, from her carefully curated wardrobe to the choices on her plate, became the subject of keen public interest. Delighted in the attention bestowed upon her, Gabrielle skillfully endeavoured to charm the ever-growing crowd that assembled to witness her every move. In the midst of legal tumult, she deftly navigated the theatrics of public attention, transforming her predicament into a spectacle that captured the collective imagination. Having given herself into the police willingly and also artfully making full use of the press, Gabrielle weaves an account of what happened on the night of the gruesome murder. The plan according to Gabrielle. Initially, the meticulously crafted plan unfolded seamlessly. Gabrielle, adorned in a dressing gown fastened with the silk cord adeptly guided Gouffre to a chaise longue positioned beside the discreetly shrouded alcove. Her assigned role entailed the playful enactment of tying the silk cord into a noose and delicately slipping it over the unsuspecting victim's head. However, a pivotal moment marred the script. Gabrielle, as she later recounted, found herself paralyzed, and Hérault ruthlessly seized control. In the ensuing struggle, the pulley, strained by the weight of Gouffre, faltered, causing him to plummet to the floor. The plan veered off course, compelling Hérault to resort to manual strangulation to bring their dark design to its deathly conclusion. A night of restless solitude unfolded for Gabrielle. Left alone to grapple with the chilling contents of a trunk housing Gouffre's lifeless body. Meanwhile, Hérault, seemingly unaffected by the grim events, retreated to the conjugal comforts of his marital bed. His unsuspecting wife later attested to the incongruity of the evening, noting his resounding snores that betrayed no hint of the sinister tableau that had transpired. With the dawn's light, the conspiring couple enlisted the services of a cab, orchestrating the clandestine transportation of the ominous trunk to a train bound for Lyon. Upon arrival, a rented vehicle became the vessel for the journey to a secluded locale perched above a river. The lifeless form of Gouffre met its final descent down a precipitous embankment, orchestrated by the nefarious duo. Hérault then set about obliterating the traces of their malevolent enterprise. The trunk was discarded along a distant roadside. With Gabrielle's story hitting all the headlines internationally, Hérault realizes he has been duped, and he is a highly wanted man. Dumped in New York and aware that police will be searching for him there, Hérault swiftly seeks sanctuary in Cuba as he makes a desperate bid to elude the inexorable pursuit. However, fortune proved elusive, and Hérault's escape was short-lived, culminating in his ignominious capture in Havana. Locked in a cage, he was returned unceremoniously to the shores of France. The handwriting on the wall spelled out the irrevocable seal of his fate. From the Graphic, the 31st of May, 1890. An epidemic of sensational murders in Paris has followed closely on the news that Hérault, the assassin of Monsieur Gouffre, has been captured at Havana. He was passing as a Pole, and when arrested tried to commit suicide by opening his veins with a broken eyeglass, but the attempt was stopped and he now awaits extradition. Caught and trying desperately to change the murderous narrative from that which has been spelled out by the petite Gabrielle, Hérault paints a completely different picture as to what happened to the intended victim, Gouffre. From the Stockton Herald, South Durham and Cleveland Advertiser, the 21st of June, 1890. The Gouffre murder, how the body was disposed of. An extract has been published in Paris from a Havana newspaper giving in detail Hérault's version of the murder of Gouffre as furnished in an interview to one of the editors. According to report, Hérault said, "When I entered the house I heard loud bursts of laughter, bottles of champagne were being opened, and Gabrielle came to me, handed me the keys, and sent me to fetch some papers belonging to Gouffre. I went to the latter's residence, and the porter tried to prevent me from entering. I pushed him to one side, and he fell senseless to the ground. Once in the office, I opened everything, but uselessly I could not find the papers. I heard a noise, and I left the place and joined Gabrielle. I hunted everywhere, I said to her, but uselessly. I did not find the papers. Then Gabrielle lifted up her arms and said, "Look." I lifted up my eyes, and I saw Gouffre hanging by the neck, his tongue protruding. "Who hanged him?" I asked. "I will tell you afterwards," replied Gabrielle. "Now help me place him in the trunk." "You cannot imagine," continued Hérode, "how difficult it is to place a body in a sack. We lowered Gouffre's body, and we tried in vain to place it in a sack, and then we hung the body up again. When up, it was easier to get it into the sack. Then followed the difficult operation of placing it in the trunk. Without letting go of the rope, we lowered the body already in the sack, little by little, until we placed it horizontally over the trunk. On its edges the legs and shoulders rested. I pushed it down to the bottom by pressing upon it, and the body touched the bottom of the trunk, but the legs were very stiff, and the head remained outside the trunk. Then Gabrielle proposed to cut his head off in order to be able to shut down the lid. I continued my efforts, and by exerting extraordinary strength, I succeeded in getting the head inside. We then closed the lid, and Gabrielle told me that she would keep the trunk. So we placed it beside her couch, and I went home to bed. I slept profoundly. What ensues is a case of he said, she said, as two former lovers and international criminals attempt to save their respective heads from execution. From the Daily Gazette for Middlesbrough, the 24th of January 1890, the murder of a sheriff officer. A woman turns informer. Gabrielle Bompard, the mistress of the man Hérode, who is suspected of being the murderer of Monsieur Gouffre, a sheriff's officer, whose body was found in a trunk which has been sent from Paris to Lyon, gave herself up to the police yesterday. She declares that she travelled from New Orleans to Quebec and thence to Paris in order to give the true story of the murder of Monsieur Gouffre. She asserts that she was an unconscious accomplice of Hérode. She states that Hérode, who assumed the name of La Baudière and passed her off as his daughter, hired a small furnished apartment in the Rue Tronçon du Carderet, a short half-deserted street in the Madeleine district. On arrival in Lyon, Gabrielle says that she was left a day and a night at the hotel by her lover. They then started for Marseille and afterwards visited London, Liverpool, Quebec, and San Francisco. At all these places, Hérode called her his daughter, but he treated her very badly. At San Francisco, they met a French gentleman who took a liking to her. Hérode wanted her to ensnare her new lover, so that he could murder him as he did Gouffre. She not only refused, but revealed everything to the gentleman, who strongly urged her to return to France with him and make a clean breast of it. Strangely enough, Hérode himself has written to Monsieur Goron from New York, offering to face Gabrielle Bompard if he receives a promise that he will not be arrested. Another account says that Gabrielle has at length confessed that she saw the crime committed by Hérode and a fair man. They strangled him, then stripped the body, rifled the pockets, which only contained 150 francs, and then put the remains in the box and went away, locking her up in their apartment. Had the woman Bompard not returned, the crime would have been classified as undiscovered. Monsieur Goron had offered to send detectives to South America, but the authorities believed that there was no reason to go to the expense of so long a journey. Gabrielle Bompard looks thinner than her portraits, and she has had her hair dyed red. She saw the account of the murder in the papers and at once wrote to the prefect of police promising to come to Paris. The letter was treated as a hoax, but on the day fixed, the woman arrived. The trial of Michel Hérode and Gabrielle Bompard is the trial of the century at the time, eagerly followed on both sides of the Channel. From the Glasgow Evening Post, the 17th of December 1890, the Gouffre murder, extraordinary scene in court. The trial of Michel Hérode and Gabrielle Bompard for the murder of a process server named Gouffre in a house in the Rue Tronendo Cordray in July last year was opened yesterday before Assizes Court of the Department of the Seine. In answer to interrogation, Hérode said that Gabrielle spoke to him of the process server Gouffre, saying, "He is rich, suppose we kill him." The prisoner agreed after being informed how well-to-do Gouffre was. Without betraying the slightest trace of emotion, Hérode then proceeded to tell how he and Gabrielle hired a room to which they decided to lure Gouffre, and gave a description of the scene of the murder, explaining how the pulley was fixed to the wall behind a curtain by himself and Gabrielle, and how she passed the noose of the girdle which worked on the pulley round Gouffre's neck, and finally how their victim was strangled almost without a struggle. Hérode went on to say that he endeavoured to resuscitate him because he had not wished to kill him, but merely to frighten him in order to obtain his money. Then followed an extraordinary scene. The presiding judge gave orders for the trunk, which had so long been standing in view of all, to be opened. A loud murmur of excited expectancy passed through the court, and everybody pressed forward to see inside the box, whose dreadful history had been narrated with such sang-froid by the principal in the crime under investigation. The spectators, many of them, were inclined to noisy demonstration, almost lost control in their excitement, and the ushers had difficulty in restoring silence and order. The prisoner Bompard maintained that she took no part in the crime and did not know what was the use to be made of the cord which Hérode brought with him. Hérode gave an account of his visit to America after the murder and then went to San Francisco, where they met Garangier. Gabrielle Bompard stated that at that period Hérode had come to the end of his resources and thought of obtaining more money by murdering Garangier. Hérode, however, formally denied this. It is difficult for anyone to believe that young and physically small Gabrielle could possibly have strangled Gouffre, who was a much larger man. The jury, for the most part, believe Gabrielle's story. Hérode is condemned to death, and Gabrielle receives 20 years imprisonment. From the Colonial Standard on the 23rd of December 1890, Paris dispatches state that Hérode has been condemned to death and Bompard to 20 years imprisonment for the murder of Monsieur Gouffre. Hérode has appealed. Hérode's appeal fails, and he is guillotined on the 3rd of February 1891. Gabrielle spends the majority of her sentence at Nanterre, a female prison. She completes 12 years of her sentence and is released early in 1905 for good behaviour. She dies approximately 20 years later in relative obscurity.
Case 3. A Scotland Yard casebook. The infamous bloody trunk case of 1905. London, 1905. Arthur Devereux appears the picture of respectability, a young chemist, husband and father of 3. But when his mother-in-law goes away for a few days, his wife and twin boys vanish without a trace. Soon after, Devereux is spotted moving house, loading furniture into storage along with a new tin trunk bound by a heavy leather strap. When he applies for his next job, he lists himself chillingly as a widower. What followed became one of Scotland Yard's most infamous cases, the story of the trunk murderer. Background. We do not have much information of Arthur Devereux's life before his marriage to Beatrice in 1898, although his legal team would attempt to say he was a man of weakened mind, but there was no evidence of this claim in his actions or from anyone who knew him during his marriage. In 1896, Mrs. Gregory and her daughter were living at Hastings, where her daughter met Arthur Devereux, chemist. He was working at St. Leonard's-on-Sea. The relationship ripened, and the Devereux and Beatrice Gregory married in November 1898. Devereux changed jobs working in Croydon, and the couple were blessed with a son, Stanley, in 1899. Mrs. Gregory lived with the young couple, an aspect that placed a considerable strain on the part of Devereux. The couple with mother-in-law moved once again for his work to Stroud. In April 1903, the couple were blessed with twins. Devereux is said to have expressed his regret of their having twins, saying that Beatrix should have satisfied herself with just one child. The couple with mother-in-law move again, this time to London, where Devereux takes another position, always as a chemist and a dispenser. Mrs. Gregory, Beatrix's mother, moves out but lives nearby and sees her daughter and the grandchildren every day. We know that the young couple moved again once to Harlesden, where they reside under a different name, possibly to try to hide from creditors. Devereux is quite vocal regarding the extreme expenses related to his large family. And then a number of events occur that would seem to lead up to the tragedy to come. Devereux is given notice at his employment where he was working as a manager of a chemist's store. The owner stated that the profits were not sufficient to continue his employment. Devereux is given 1 month's notice. Devereux begins to apply for other jobs. He describes himself as a widower in his job applications. Beatrice is unaware of this. Mrs. Gregory, Beatrice, his mother, goes away for 2 weeks. On the Saturday, January 28th, before her departure, Mrs. Gregory and Beatrice, with the grandchildren, all go out shopping together. Mrs. Gregory makes arrangements that she and her daughter will correspond together while she's away. It will be the last time Mrs. Gregory sees Beatrix or the twin grandchildren alive. Mrs. Gregory returns from her trip and immediately goes to find her daughter and grandchildren. But she's not there. No one is there, and no one seems to know what has happened with any members of the family, or at least no one is telling her. Mrs. Gregory stubbornly pursues, eventually discovering that amongst the furniture moved from the previous residence was a large trunk. She fears the worst. From the Gloucester Citizen, the 14th of April, 1905. Mother and her twins murdered. Corpses found in a trunk. Former Stroud resident arrested. Accused asserts innocence. Great commotion was caused at Coventry on Thursday night when it became known that a chemist's assistant named Arthur Devereux had been arrested in connection with the murder of his wife and 2 children, whose bodies were found packed in a tin trunk and sealed with glue and matchboard among furniture deposited at Bannister's repository on Kensal Rise. Prisoner was taken from a shop where he had been working for several weeks, and his employer speaks in the highest terms of his personal conduct during that time. Devereux remains at Coventry Police Station for the present, but his removal to London will take place sometime today. Devereux, it transpires, has been under the observation of the police for more than a week, and his arrest was made on Thursday night by arrangement. On the arrival of the police officers from the metropolis, the Chief Constable of Coventry and the Deputy Chief Constable, they entered the shop and passed into a private room, and Devereux was then called by his employer. He was told he would be charged with the murder of his wife and children, and was advised to say nothing. He replied that he was innocent. Devereux was taken to the police station, and the boxes which he had brought with him to Coventry on February the 20th were afterwards removed by the police. Our Stroud correspondent states that some 2 years ago Devereux was an assistant to Mr. S.J., chemist of Stroud, and lived in Lansdowne, where the twin children who have been murdered were born. When Devereux left the district suddenly, a sensation was caused by several tradesmen visiting the house and taking away a quantity of articles which, as alleged, had been obtained without payment. How the discovery was made, a gruesome story. At the beginning of February last, a young man named Devereux, a chemist, called on Mr. Bannister of Rise with reference to the shifting of some furniture from his house in Milton Avenue, Stonebridge Park, where he was living with his wife and children. He said that he had sold most of his belongings, and he wanted the remainder removed to rooms over a butcher's shop at Paddington Green. He had a number of papers, chemicals, and things, he said, which wanted storing. Could Mr. Bannister lend him a large box in which they might be safely kept? Anxiety was shown by the young man that great care should be taken of them. The chemicals were valuable, and the papers related to some of the examinations he had passed. Mr. Bannister lent Devereux the box, and agreed to take it to his warehouse until it was required. The furniture was duly removed to Paddington Green, and the box to Mr. Bannister's establishment. The neighbours at Milton Avenue lost sight of the family after the moving of their furniture. The next stage in the drama was the anxiety of Mrs. Gregory. Mrs. Beatrice Devereux's mother, who lived in Chippenham Road nearby, had been accustomed to either see or hear from her daughter each day. Suddenly, all calls and communications ceased, and Mrs. Gregory became alarmed. She suspected illness, for whenever her daughter went away from home, she was particular to give her address. There was another and more serious cause for her suspicion. Mrs. Devereux had told her that she had not been living happily with her husband and that he had threatened her life. Mrs. Gregory went to the police. They saw Mr. Bannister, who told them of having moved the furniture for Mr. Devereux to the butcher's rooms, and he, in turn, gave to Inspector Pollard the address at Coventry which Devereux had gone to. He had never brought his wife and children to Paddington Green, said the landlord. Suspicions now became grave fears, and the Coventry police were notified. A careful watch was kept on Devereux's movements in the Midlands town, and meanwhile special efforts were made by Scotland Yard to find where the wife and the children had gone to. It came to the ears of the detectives on Thursday that Mr. Bannister had in store for Devereux a trunk, and it was decided that the mysterious box should be examined. Mr. Bannister offered every assistance. The trunk was an ordinary large travelling one. A peculiarity about its lock, however, at once struck the officers. The keyhole was blocked with sealing wax, and a strong leather strap, which encircled it across the middle, was also sealed. With some difficulty, the lid was forced. Under it was a piece of matchboarding which fitted tightly over the entire surface. Over this was a layer of glue. The boarding was broken and more glue was found. Under this was a folded tablecloth. There was more glue, and then we found 3 bodies, those of Mrs. Devereux and her 2 little ones. The corpse of the former lay doubled up, and the children were placed at either end. A cursory glance showed that death must have taken place some weeks ago, and Dr. Robinson, the divisional surgeon who was called in, expressed the opinion that not less than a month must have elapsed. There were no external signs which of themselves would account for death, and poison is suspected. Thursday's gruesome discovery scarcely came as a surprise to at least one person. Mrs. Bannister heard that Mrs. Devereux was missing the other day, and later, it is said, met her husband in his warehouse where lay the box. Kicking the side of it, she exclaimed, "I believe the poor thing is in there." Mr. Bannister had no such suspicion himself, and said so to his wife. That her fears were not groundless had been proved. The Press Association's correspondent at Kensal Rise states that it is understood that up to 11 o'clock Friday morning, no post-mortem examination had been made on the bodies. Mrs. Devereux is said to have been about 36 years of age and of French extraction, whilst the ages of the 2 children are given between 15 and 18 months. All 3 bodies were in a good state of preservation. The whereabouts of a son of the Devereux family, a boy about 6 years of age, is unknown. It transpires there are no external marks of injury on either of the 3 bodies, and the theory is that all 3 met their death by poisoning. Waiting for the prisoner. Harlesden Police Court was on Friday morning besieged by an army of journalists and members of the general public in anticipation of Devereux being brought before the magistrates. But after the ordinary cases had been disposed of, the court was cleared, it being understood that Devereux had not at that time arrived in London. The inquest on the bodies of Mrs. Devereux and the 2 infants will probably be opened on Friday afternoon at the Kilburn Coroner's Court. Devereux conveyed from Coventry. Devereux left Coventry at 12:35 on Friday afternoon in the charge of Metropolitan Police detectives, the train being booked to reach Euston at 2:50. The officers carried with them the prisoner's tin box, which still bore the label luggage in advance to being sent on to Coventry. Devereux wore a light overcoat and soft white hat. He was driven in a cab from the police station to the railway station, where Devereux arrives at Willesden. He will be immediately brought up to Harlesden Police Court, where 3 magistrates have been in attendance for some hours to hear the charge. The inquest will not be held on Friday as had been arranged, the post-mortem only being conducted and a report prepared for the coroner by the divisional police surgeon. The case hits the national papers and is followed avidly by the public, especially with the involvement of Scotland Yard. Headlines scream of the murders of a young woman and twin infants being glued into a trunk. From the Croydon Express, the 15th of April 1905, the trunk tragedy, accused Croydon dispenser. Inquiries go to show that Arthur Devereux, the Kensal Rise chemist, accused of poisoning his wife and children and gluing their bodies in a tin box, was for 2 years dispenser to Dr. Adams. The case, with its national prominence, brings in the government analyst to do the post-mortem to clearly ascertain how the young mother and twin children died. There are initial fears regarding Stanley, the older 6-year-old boy who is not with his father, but he is traced to a school where Devereux had placed him. At the initial inquest, whilst waiting for the results from the post-mortem examination, Mrs. Gregory gives evidence of identifying the body of her daughter and the 2 grandchildren. All 3 had been dressed for bed. The twin grandchildren had been dressed in nightshirts she had made for them. From the South Wales Daily News, the 22nd of May 1905, Tin Trunk Tragedy, prisoner committed for trial. The hearing of the charge against Arthur Devereux, chemist and druggist, accused of murdering his wife and twin sons by poisoning on or about January the 28th last, was resumed at Harlesden Police Court on Saturday. Prisoner arrived at the court in a cab from Brixton Prison in the charge of a couple of warders. On alighting in the courtyard, he held in his hands a folded newspaper which he apparently had been reading. He appeared self-possessed and in his usual state of fairly good health. Take 2. The first witness was Professor A.J. Pepper, who recently gave evidence at the coroner's court. He repeated his former statement as to making a post-mortem examination of the bodies of Mrs. Devereux and the twin children. There were 4 or 5 bruises skin deep on the body of the lady. A post-mortem examination was made on the 14th of April, and he thought Mrs. Devereux had at that time been dead 2 or 3 months. There was no evidence of disease. The glue preventing decomposition. Sir Thomas Stevenson, the government analyst, who had been examining before the coroner, gave evidence. He said in the glue which was inside the box containing the bodies he found boric acid, the effect of which would be to render the glue antiseptic and prevent the growth of fungus arising from decomposition. Speaking of his analysis of the internal organs of the woman, Sir Thomas stated that they bore no appearance of disease, but they contained morphine, this poison being in the liver and kidneys. In the stomach he found 14 grains of morphine, in the liver 82 grains, and in the kidneys 16 grains, giving a total of 112 grains. The quantity of morphine which he found was 112, which would be equal nearly to a grain and a half. He had known occasions in which 1 grain of salt of morphine had killed an adult. He also found morphine in the bodies of the children, but the quantity was so small that he couldn't determine it. It was, however, a fatal dose to children of that age. In his opinion, each of these 3 persons died from the effects of poisoning. Devereux's claim throughout was that Beatrice had been depressed and had killed herself and the twins. He had come home and found the bodies. Shocked and distressed, he states that he had decided to put them in a trunk. To support his claim of Beatrice committing suicide, he pointed to the case of her brother who had taken his own life, implying that this was a family trait. The government analyst is dismissive of Devereux's claim. From the South Wales Daily News, the 22nd of May, 1905. Chloroform theory. In reply to that part of the prisoner's statement as to a smell of chloroform in the room where he found the dead bodies, that if chloroform had been drunk, he would have expected to find signs of it, but he found none. A pawnbroker's assistant on the Harrow Road spoke to the prisoner pawning a number of articles at his shop on the 14th of February, and Mrs. Gregory, mother-in-law of the prisoner, identified some of these things as having belonged to her daughter. It would appear that once the trunk had been opened with the discovery of the body, Scotland Yard very quickly discovered the whereabouts of Devereux and kept him under surveillance for a week before his arrest. From the South Wales Daily News, the 22nd of May, 1905, Devereux at Coventry. Mr. Frederick Bird, chemist of Spoon Lane, Coventry, stated, at the beginning of February this year, being desirous of getting an assistant, he advertised and received an answer from the prisoner dated February the 17th. He then communicated with a Mr. Taylor the reference the prisoner gave and received by wire a reply purporting to come from Mr. Taylor saying that Devereux was a good man. Devereux commenced his duties on the 20th of February, beginning with a salary of £50 a year, value of about £7,600 in 2024. Devereux remained in his employ until he was arrested on the 13th of April. Mr. Charles Christopher Charlesley, Chief Constable of Coventry, spoke to visiting Mr. Bird's shop on the 13th of April in consequence of wires he had received from the London police. He saw the prisoner and asked him if his name was Devereux. He replied in the affirmative. Witness then said, I'm the Chief Constable of this city and have received instructions to arrest you on suspicion of having committed murder. Devereux replied, Oh, yes. Witness asked, Do you wish to see the wires of the strength of which I am taking you into custody? Devereux replied, No, I don't wish to see them. Witness thereupon searched Devereux and found, among other things, a bunch of keys, of which Devereux pointed out that was the key of his trunk. This was unlocked, and witness found in it pills, diplomas, letters, and prisoner's marriage certificate. Evidence was then given to show that the telegram purporting to be sent by Mr. Taylor describing Devereux as a good man was in Devereux's own handwriting. Devereux was committed for trial at the Central Criminal Court. The trial. The courthouse was mobbed with people attempting to enter the courtroom to watch. The headlines, breathlessly reported the case first as the trunk mystery, but ultimately as the trunk tragedy, with the arrest of Devereux. Interestingly, the news of Devereux having forged his recommendations, as well as applying for jobs describing himself as a widower whilst his wife and children were still alive, consumed the headlines before the trial. The trial reviews much of the previous evidence given at the inquest. One new witness is the landlord of the property where Devereux and his wife and family had resided. William Garforth deposes. He, the prisoner, gave me the name of Edgerton. He said he wanted the flat for about 6 weeks. I didn't get any notice where the prisoner intended to leave the flat. I remember being in Milton Avenue on Tuesday, February the 7th, at about 11 a.m. and seeing a van standing outside number 60 and some boxes being placed on it. I went across and asked the prisoner whether he was going to shift away. Only 5 weeks were then up. He told me he was only shifting a few boxes into furnished apartments. The same evening I was again in the avenue and outside number 60. I saw another van and I went and asked the prisoner about the rent. The van was being loaded with chairs and tables and other furniture. I said to the prisoner, "I thought you said to me you were going away for a day or two." He said he had got a place and he thought he had better shift out at once. I walked with him and his little boy in the direction of the Royal Oak. There was a lot of conversation about the expenses of the milk for children. He said they cost a lot of money and he spent half a sovereign a week in milk. And also he said that he would not be pestered with his mother-in-law and that he had threatened to blow her brains out with a revolver if she came on his doorstep again. He said he had been troubled with her a great deal and he would be clear out of the way so that she would not find him again. He said that I might be troubled in a day or two with his mother-in-law trying to ascertain where he had gone, but I was not saying anything. He did not tell me where he was going, and I did not know where he had gone. The prisoner did not say anything against his wife. I understood the reason he was going away was to get away from his mother-in-law. He gave me the impression that he had already had more than he wanted of his mother-in-law and did not say that she lived with them for a considerable time. He said she always followed them from one situation to another. He said he shifted from one situation and she came after them again. He said she won't find me for some time now because I have threatened to blow her brains out on the doorstep. More evidence is given regarding Devereux's attainment of the trunk and the timeline of events. The trial of 4 days leads to the inescapable verdict of guilty, which seems to surprise Devereux greatly. From the Long Eaton Advertiser, the 4th of August, 1905, prisoner's fate. Devereux sentenced to death at the Old Bailey, the scene in court. With the single word of guilty, the foreman of the jury at the Old Bailey on Saturday afternoon decided the fate of the chemist, Arthur Devereux, for the murder of his wife and 2 little children, and the passing of the death sentence brought to a close one of the strangest dramas of life which has ever been witnessed in the historic court. Only 12 minutes were the jury occupied in considering their verdict. They retired at 5 minutes to 3, and the prisoner, having with cold, penetrating eyes closely scrutinized one by one as they found out the box, the men who held his life in their hands were taken below. Mr. Justice Ridley had summed up strongly against the prisoner. Into a formidable array he had marshalled those facts which seemed to point unmistakably to Devereux as the person who administered the poison to his wife and twin baby boys, the bodies of whom were found in the tin trunk on Kensal Rise. Sitting in his accustomed attitude, his arms stretched out on the ledge of the dock and his chin pressed down between them, Devereux, during the judge's words, preserved for the most part an outward show of composure. But in the course of the concluding moments of the summing up, he strained forward, listening intently. He frowned as he had the accusations repeated with many an incisive suggestion, and his countenance darkened perceptibly. The judge must have dispelled any doubt that may have lingered amongst those who were in the crowded court to what the ultimate verdict would be. And when the jury returned after so short an absence, the result was a foregone conclusion. Devereux, his face flushed, came up again into the dock for the last time, with hands nervously clasping the edge of the dock. He stood facing the judge. Not once did he turn to the jury, even when the foreman was waiting to answer the fateful question of the clerk of the court. With the pronouncement of the guilty verdict, the prisoner seemed stunned. That his wonderful self-possession had at last deserted him was clear. When he was formally asked if he had anything to say why sentence should not be passed upon him, he muttered in a voice which could only be heard by those immediately beneath him, "I've nothing to say, except what I have already said." No hope of reprieve. Assuming the black cap, the judge passed sentence in the usual form, observing that he concurred in the jury's verdict. "I am convinced by the evidence of your guilt," he said to the prisoner. "I can hold out for you no hope of reprieve or forgiveness in this world. I recommend you to use the short space of life that remains to you in an endeavour to obtain from Almighty God the pardon that He alone can give you." When the judge had finished, Devereux did not stir. A warder touched him on the shoulder, and he turned instantly, and without another glance at the court, he disappeared from view. The defence. Very fully did Mr. Elliot for the defence deal with Devereux's story that his wife poisoned the twins and herself, and that his part in the tragedy was confined to packing the bodies in the trunk. The prisoner said counsel was no ordinary man, for throughout the whole of the case his demeanour had been of the most remarkable character. The incriminating telegram. Mr. Matthews replied for the prosecution. He contended that when Devereux sent the telegram to Hull for the job he had in his mind the knowledge and the determination that he might be able to fulfill the description which he gave himself of being a widower. That Devereux was waiting for the departure of Mrs. Gregory, the mother of the dead woman, and that when on Saturday, January 28th, Mrs. Gregory left the neighbourhood to go into a situation, the opportunity came. The same day, the prisoner arranged for his son Stanley to go to school as from the following Monday, in order, as was alleged, that he might be alone in his house to carry out his foul plan. How Mrs. Devereux died. Going up to bed, she, Mrs. Devereux, was seized with drowsiness when in the act of undressing, for within from 5 minutes to 10 minutes, the poison would begin to act. She probably lay down on the bed, and then someone who had followed her, her husband, could easily have administered the chloroform to make assuredly doubly sure. When
the body of Mrs. Devereux was found, her stockings were turned down as if the next thing would be to remove them. The judge summed up, referred in terms of disgust to the gruesome character of the case, and said it must have struck everyone with repulsion that Devereux should have been to tell the court without a word of regret, without a shudder, without hesitation, what he had done to conceal the body of his unfortunate wife. His lordship detailed 4 coincidences which told heavily against the prisoner. 1, having lost his situation, he knew there would be difficulty in supporting his wife and children. 2, when he sent the telegram to Hull on January the 13th, it was curious that he should still have allowed that Stanley was to be left alive while the others were not. 3, he knew Mrs. Gregory was gone, and he had the coast clear when he went through the long operation of concealing the bodies in the trunk. 4, Stanley went to school on the Monday, was there for 4 days, and then removed. Discussing the disappearance of Sidney Gregory, Beatrix's brother, from Plymouth 2 years ago, it was rubbish to say that because her brother committed suicide, Mrs. Devereux would be likely to do the same. The prisoner said he hid the bodies in the trunk to avoid an inquest, but, said the judge, was it not the act to save his own neck? In conclusion, his lordship remarked that a man like the prisoner, who had admittedly written his own testimonials and had never hesitated to tell a lie when necessary, was not a person whose story would be accepted without careful consideration of the facts. Arthur Devereux was executed on the 15th of August 1905 at Pentonville Prison. Case 4. The Monte Carlo trunk murder of 1907. Monte Carlo in 1907. Glamour, wealth, and roulette wheels mask a tale of desperation and horror. Vere Gould, once a rising Wimbledon star, and his wife Marie had drained their fortunes chasing luxury and opium dreams. When their schemes to cheat the casino failed, they turned to a wealthy widow as their salvation. Days later, porters recoiled at the stench of a trunk so foul it could not be ignored. Inside lay the remains of Emma Levin, stripped, dismembered, and betrayed. From tennis glory to the guillotine, this is the shocking story of the Monte Carlo trunk murder. Background. Vere St. Leger Gould's prowess on the tennis court was the stuff of legend, captivating audiences with his killer backhand and agile moves. Amidst the aristocratic circles of the British Isles during the 1870s, lawn tennis had emerged as a fashionable pursuit, attracting elites from all walks of life, including Gould, scion of an esteemed Irish lineage, hailing from County Tipperary. Gould's adeptness with a racket was unmatched, earning him acclaim and admiration across Ireland. In the summer of 1879, at the age of 25, Gould's meteoric rise saw him clinch the inaugural Irish Tennis Championships in Dublin, and shortly thereafter he set his sights at the prestigious All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club, now known as the Wimbledon Championship. With his golden locks and aristocratic bearing, Gould was popular with the crowds. His tennis style was bold and aggressive, and he was famous for his relentless attacks at the net. He blazed through the Wimbledon tournament, dropping a mere 2 sets en route to the final showdown. Off court, Gould enjoyed the parties and the limelight. He had a penchant for revelry and London's nightlife. Gould regularly caroused through the city, taking for granted that he would win in the final. Gould faced Hartley in the final, but the effects of his nocturnal adventures seemed evident as he faltered before his opponent, succumbing to defeat in the presence of over 1,000 spectators. The Wimbledon defeat was just the start of a number of setbacks Gould experienced on and off the court. A year after his Wimbledon appearance, Gould suffered another blow in the final of the Irish Open, where he was bested by the formidable William Renshaw, a future 7-time Wimbledon champion. With his failures on the tennis circuit, Gould's personal fortunes took a darker turn. He succumbed to a spiral of alcohol and opium, which turned into addiction. As his addiction tightened its grip, Gould's once promising career dwindled into obscurity. Struggling to cope with mounting gambling debts and the fallout of failed business ventures, he found himself ensnared in misfortune from which he struggled to break free. In 1891, Gould embarked on a new chapter of his life with his marriage to Maria Girardon, a twice-married dressmaker from Montreal. Despite their shared hopes for a prosperous future, their union was soon overshadowed by financial woes. Marie, 3 years his senior, harboured an appetite for luxury that strained their already precarious finances. Together, the couple ventured into the world of entrepreneurship, opening a dressmaking business in Montreal, as well as several other business ventures which all failed. Their aspirations were overshadowed by mounting debt, exacerbated by their penchant for lavish European travels and indulgent habits of drinking and gambling. Their dream of financial stability continued to falter under the weight of imprudent choices. Aristocracy pretensions. Driven by Marie's insatiable desire for social ascent, the couple embarked on a bold charade in 1902, presenting themselves as Sir and Lady Gould as they traversed the European continent. Their grandiose masquerade was fueled by Gould's audacious claim of inheriting a baronial title following the supposed demise of his elder brother in a horse-riding accident. However, the truth of this assertion quickly unravelled when it emerged that Gould's brother was alive and thriving in Australia. In an unrelenting pursuit of quick riches, the Goulds next purchased a roulette wheel, convinced that they had devised an infallible system for victory. With this supposed certain gambling system prepared, the couple travelled to Monaco in 1907, where they leased a villa and immersed themselves in the opulent world of Monte Carlo's renowned casino. The Goulds found themselves among the glittering patrons of this playground for royalty and aristocrats. Emma Levin. Their grand plan to outsmart the casino failed. Instead, the Goulds found themselves destitute. However, fortune smiled upon them when they struck up a friendship with Emma Levin, the widowed spice of a prosperous Swedish merchant. Emma was known for her ostentatious displays of wealth at the casino. Desperate for funds, the ghouls borrowed 1,000 francs from Levin, which they quickly frittered away. August the 4th, 1907, marked the last known appearance of Emma Levin. Emma was invited over for tea to the villa of the ghouls. She was going to collect the debt owed to her before she left Monte Carlo. She was never seen alive again. The Bloody Trunk. 2 days later, as the ghouls disembarked from a train in Marseille en route to London, a porter handling their luggage noticed a foul odour emanating from their trunk. His suspicions were heightened when he observed blood seeping from the trunk. With the ominous odour and the unsettling blood seeping from their luggage, the porter approached the ghouls at the hotel to inquire about the contents. The ghouls' response was to claim that the trunk contained deceased poultry. The porter remained unconvinced and insisted they accompany him to the police station. Despite their initial refusal and an attempt at bribery, law enforcement was summoned. Upon inspection of the luggage by authorities, the chilling reality of the situation was revealed. Inside the trunk lay the naked and dismembered torso of a woman, while the valise contained the severed head and legs of Emma Levin. Additionally, Levin's jewellery was discovered within Marie's handbag. The two were held for questioning, with Virgul's tennis prominence from years before, his claims to a baronetcy, and a bloody trunk with the dismembered body of an international jet-setter. The story grabbed the headlines for weeks. From the Daily Mirror, the 10th of August, 1907. Niece's story of locked box room, prisoner and gems say they were given to his wife by victim. The real baronet, holder of ghoul title, found working as a railway ganger. The next act in the drama of the grim trunk mystery will probably be enacted at Monte Carlo, for the authorities there have applied for the extradition of the ghouls from France. A number of new facts regarding the tragedy were ascertained yesterday. Inquiries in London and elsewhere also revealed much more concerning the past life of the man and woman, who were known as Sir and Lady Gould. The woman is said to have been employed at Jay's in Regent Street about 20 years ago. Statements made by the niece of the prisoners to the judicial authorities led to a search being made in a box room at the villa in which they resided in Monte Carlo. Bloodstains were found, and the body of the victim is believed to have been concealed there on the night following the tragedy. Some considerable jewellery is stated to have been found in a bag belonging to Mrs. Gould. During examination at Marseille yesterday, Gould affirmed that the jewels found in his wife's bag had been given to her by Madame Levin. He again protested his innocence of the crime, but admitted that he had been wrong to cut up the body, owing to a fear of a scandal. The police theory of the case is that the murder was committed in order to obtain possessions of the jewels, said to be worth around about £3,200, worth approximately £500,000 in 2024, belonging to Madame Levin, who was the widow of a Stockholm gentleman well known in business circles in London, who died at the Hotel Cecil about 5 years ago. A dismembered doll has been found in a box room at the Ghoul's flat, and it is suggested that it was used for experimental dissection after the murder. A cabled message from Adelaide in South Australia announced the discovery of the whereabouts of the real holder of the Gould title, Sir James S. Gould, but it is stated he's to be employed as a railway ganger and has not heard from his brother Vere for years. Prisoners before magistrate. Vere Gould and his wife are now under arrest at Marseille. After the repeated interrogations to which the couple have been submitted and the discrepancies in their statements to which the judicial authorities have drawn their attention, they have been shown that it will be very hard for them to prove their innocence, which they still assert, of the terrible crime of which they are accused. This morning, Vere Gould was taken from prison and conducted to the Palace of Justice, and there again examined by Monsieur Malaval, the magistrate in charge of the case. When asked to explain the origin of the jewels which the police had found in a bag belonging to Mrs. Gould, he said they were given to his wife by Madame Levin, the murdered woman, on some day before the crime. He added that the victim, Emma Levin, was in need of money and asked them to dispose of her jewellery. In the course of further examination, Gould emphatically denied all participation in the crime. He admitted, however, that he had done wrong in cutting up the body, but asserted that he had only done so to avoid a scandal. And at the end of the examination, Gould was taken back to prison. As he left the Palace of Justice, the crowd which had gathered outside shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" And had it not been for the intervention of the gendarmes, he would certainly have been lynched. The criminal authorities at Monte Carlo have made a formal request for the extradition of the Englishman and his wife. Stains on the floor. Up to the present, it had been supposed that the body of the victim passed the night of Sunday to Monday in the bathroom at the villa at Monte Carlo, but the police have found a little dark cupboard bearing bloodstains on the floor and linen marked with blood, and it is supposed that the body was placed in this cupboard after the crime. The Englishman and his wife are at present detained in separate cells, and Mrs. Gould is greatly distressed at being separated from her husband. She frequently asks after him, inquiring if he had been examined and what he said. She also asks if he is getting plenty of whisky. If he does not, she said, he will die, and she has offered to pay for whisky for him. At Monte Carlo, the Goulds are stated to have been confirmed gamblers. Lady Gould, in particular, used to spend hours at the tables while her husband waited for her in the gardens of the casino. Dismembered doll. On making a fresh and more minute search in the Goulds' apartments, in an unclosed box in a room, 2 dolls were discovered, one of which was decapitated, its arms and legs cut off, were placed apart. It is supposed that experiments have been made with it by the murderer or murderers of Madame Levin. A former tennis champion, Vere St. Leger Gould, who was secretary to the Municipal Boundaries Commission in Ireland, which sat in 1881 and 1882, was a well-known member of the Fitzwilliam Lawn Tennis Club. He left in the 80s owing a good deal of money, and his creditors have been at a loss to ascertain his whereabouts since then. To a Baggot Street tobacconist, he owed about £50 for cigars. As a lawn tennis player, he had a deadly backhand stroke and once won the Irish Championship under the name of St. Leger. The victim, a woman of wealth. The Daily Mirror gathered some important details in London yesterday concerning Monsieur Leopold Levin, the victim's husband, who died at the Hotel Cecil while on a business visit to England about 5 years ago. Monsieur Levin was at the time of his death manager of Lucas, Levin and Co., which was formerly known as the Ferrari Company, engineers of Stockholm. He was an exceedingly keen businessman and, in addition, was recognized as one of the leaders of Stockholm society, while his wife was regarded as a charming and excellent companion for him. Monsieur Levin acquired a considerable sum of money at his business, and he and his wife lived in rather an ostentatious style. She was especially fond of jewels, and her fingers invariably sparkled with costly gems whenever she and her husband appeared at a public dinner or entertainment. For 2 or 3 years after the bereavement, she lived quietly on the substantial income which her husband had left her. She travelled on the continent, and the Riviera being her favourite resort, as she found that it was most beneficial to her health. Case in a nutshell. Here are the facts of the mysterious tragedy in a nutshell. The victim was Emma Erika Levin, a Swedish woman aged 37, widow of Monsieur Levin of Stockholm. She frequented Monte Carlo and was fond of jewellery. The accused are Vere Gould, brother of Sir James S. Gould, an Irish baronet of Adelaide, South Australia. Mrs. Gould was well known in the West End as a court dressmaker. The crime was committed on Sunday at the Goulds' house. The mangled remains of the victim were found in a trunk at Marseille station the next day. Mr. and Mrs. Gould were arrested there. A dagger and evidence of the murder afterwards were found in their rooms at Monte Carlo. The story makes the international headlines. Scotland Yard are called on by the French authorities requesting background information about the couple. Monte Carlo starts up an extradition request from France. Trunk mystery, life of the Goulds. Scotland Yard authorities asked to obtain information about prisoners for the Continental Police. Evidently, one of the chief points that is now occupying the Continental Police in connection with the unravelling of the mysteries of the trunk crime is the discovery of as much as can be ascertained by the life led by the Goulds while they resided in England and elsewhere. With this object in view, the French authorities have appealed to Scotland Yard to obtain information. This is, of course, the common practice in criminal cases. The Gould gambling system. Some further details of the Goulds' life at Monte Carlo also came to light yesterday. It appears that Mrs. Gould had a gambling system. This information was given by a gentleman now at Margate who lived for about 3 years in Monte Carlo, and he knew the Goulds well and visited them. From investigations, evidence is discovered proving that the jewels found in the possession of Mrs. Gould belonged in fact to Mrs. Levin, with pictures produced by her family members showing Mrs. Levin wearing the very jewellery found in the possession of Mrs. Gould at her capture. The Goulds are held on remand but placed in separate cells. In a feeble attempt to deflect blame, the couple initially provided law enforcement with a dubious narrative. They asserted that Levin's demise occurred at the hands of her lover, who purportedly stormed into their villa and perpetrated the act in their presence. Continuing this attempted narrative, the Goulds state that they were fearful of entanglement in the unfolding tragedy. They confessed to dismembering Levin's body, but adamantly denied involvement in her murder. However, the validity of their account was swiftly undermined by visible bruises on Marie's person, suggestive of a recent altercation, further casting doubt on their credibility. The story of an alleged crazed lover of Mrs. Levin does not last long. In a startling reversal, Gould ultimately assumed full responsibility for the grim deed. He recounted to authorities a harrowing tale of confrontation, disclosing that a dispute over an outstanding debt culminated in a violent altercation. According to his testimony, he approached Levin while she leisurely indulged in cherry liqueur within the confines of their villa. With deadly force, Gould wielded a pestle, delivering a fatal blow to her skull before grappling with her in a frantic struggle. Subsequently, he confessed to repeatedly stabbing Levin with a knife. The sickening crime details are added to, with Gould confessing to strategically disposing of Levin's abdominal organs on the nearby beach. He then meticulously dismembered her remains within the confines of their bathroom, all in a bid to conceal his ghastly crime. However, the French police are unconvinced by Gould's tale and believe that the reality is that Mrs. Gould oversaw the killing, and the statements of the two show deep inconsistencies. From the Lloyd's Weekly newspaper, the 18th of August 1907, Trunk Murder Confessed. The Goulds tell how Emma Levin died. Tissue of lies. The terrible crime discovered at the railway station at Marseille, when the terribly mutilated corpse of a woman was found in a large trunk consigned to London from which blood was issuing, has been followed by a confession of guilt. After several stormy examinations, Madame Gould has told what she claims to be the truth concerning the death of the unfortunate Emma Levin, casting upon her husband the whole responsibility of the murder and the subsequent dismemberment of the body. Vere Gould, with the docility of weakness, has accepted her version, but their confessions palpably differ in detail, and the authorities consider that the full story has yet to be elicited. Gould's behaviour in prison has raised the question of his sanity. In an excess of desperation, he violently attacked his fellow prisoners who had been placed in the same cell to guard him. Confessions of murder. Madame Gould says her husband alone is guilty of Emma Levin's death. Full of dramatic surprises, as the unravelling of the Monte Carlo trunk tragedy has been, that which Tuesday brought was the greatest of all, for both Mr. and Mrs. Gould confessed that Madame Levin was murdered, with Mrs. Gould asserting that her husband alone was responsible for the deed, a responsibility which he unhesitatingly accepted. Mrs. Gould said, "I will tell the whole truth. It was my husband alone who murdered Madame Levin. This is how the crime was committed. My husband was on that day very excited, having drunk great quantities of whisky, according to his habit. I was in my bedroom. All at once I heard a terrible cry. Thinking that my husband had had one of his fits, I rushed into the dining room and was horrified when I saw my husband with his shirt sleeves turned up and his hand with blood on it standing in front of the body of his victim. I uttered a cry of horror. The features of my husband were so terribly convulsed that I was afraid and rushed back into my room, where I was overcome with tears. When I recovered, I went back to the dining room, where I found my husband sitting prostrate in an armchair. I told him I should tell the manager of the casino of the crime. He begged me to do nothing of the kind, and pointed to the scandal that would arise. Thinking of my niece, who was absent from the house at the time, and for whom I have a great love, I took his advice, and went to fetch a big trunk in which I used to keep things. I dragged it near the body, and before my husband put the body into the trunk, I asked him why he committed the crime. He answered, "She came to borrow money from me, and when I refused, she became disagreeable and even threatened me. It was then that I struck her." Mrs. Gould went on to say that her husband cut the body up, unassisted, and took no part in it. As a matter of fact, she kept to her room all day, being unable to look at the corpse. Her husband told her that the dissecting was done in the bathroom. It was only in the evening that my husband told me that he had decided to leave at once for Marseille, where he said that it would be easy to get rid of the remains. I decided that it was best for me to follow what my husband ordered, and that very evening we started for Marseille, after having told my niece that the object of the journey was to get medical attendance for my husband. At 12 o'clock at night, we left Monte Carlo, and we arrived at Marseille at 5:30 a.m. in the morning, with the fatal trunk and the bag. With Mrs. Gould placing the whole of the crime on the shoulders of her husband, and Vere Gould equally accepting full responsibility, French police remain unconvinced and believe that the real murderer behind the crime was Mrs. Gould herself. Amidst the unfolding investigation, police harboured suspicions that Gould might be shielding his wife from culpability. They speculate that the genesis of the murder plot might have stemmed from Marie's leveraging her influence over her husband. Investigators surmise that Marie, with her alleged perchance for extravagance, could have orchestrated the heinous act. From the Ottawa Free Press, the 24th of August, 1907. Police find flaws in Gould's story. French police are probing into strange death of Emma Levin in Monte Carlo. Dramatic stories of the Monte Carlo trunk murder have been told to the examining magistrates at Marseille by Vere St. Leger Gould and his wife. Withdrawing his assertion that the murder was committed by a third person, Gould confessed that Emma Levin died by his hand alone. The substance of the confession is that she asked Gould to lend her 100 francs to accommodate a young man to whom she had taken a fancy. When he refused, she abused him. He lost his temper, seized a dagger, and killed her in a fit of blind fury. This version is considered unconvincing. The first improbability is in the assertion of Gould's wife that she, being in a negligee costume and not expecting visitors, left Emma Levin with Gould, whereas the victim came to the house at 5 o'clock in the afternoon in consequence of an invitation to tea. She didn't make a casual call. The Gould woman also asserted that she became insensible when she saw the body, but the neighbours say she appeared on the balcony of the house and remained there a few minutes immediately after the Levin woman's voice was heard the last time. A further fact tending to disprove Gould's assertion is that his victim needed money, is that she paid her hotel bill the day before her death and left 140 francs in cash and valuable jewellery in a drawer, whereas the Goulds possessed hardly any money and had considerable debts. Their portable property was worth barely 300 francs. The murder and motive being thus established, the only important point remaining for elucidation is the relative degree of guilt. All the evidence tends to show that Gould was entirely under his wife's influence. He never displayed the least initiative. Drink always depressed him. No one ever saw him in a state of alcoholic fury to which the accused attributes his crime. The theory of the prosecution is that the murder was thought out by the woman who persuaded the man that the only way out of their money difficulties was to kill Emma Levin, dispose of her body, and obtain her valuables. The victim, Emma Levin, was known as an easy-going woman, always ready to make friends, somewhat vain and fond of display. The Goulds knew that if she accepted an invitation to their house, she would be certain to wear plenty of jewellery. One theory is that the Goulds tried to make her sign a promissory note and killed her on her refusal in order to obtain the jewellery she wore, which was valued at £5,000 and was afterwards found in their possession. The investigation of these points is likely to occupy the Marseille magistrates for a considerable time. The question of the transfer of the prisoners to Monaco is still undecided, owing to the difficulty of ascertaining the Gould's woman's nationality and whether she and Gould were ever married. A further obstacle is the unwillingness of those who knew the parties at Monte Carlo to give evidence. All betray a strong desire not to be mixed up in the case. The victim herself, Emma Levin, was one of the most singular personalities in the affair. She belonged to a class of women who, although quite respectable, loved to be regarded as a demi-mondaine. She gambled at the Monte Carlo casino habitually and often remained in a well-known cafe until 2 a.m. in the morning. Friends repeatedly warned her against making promiscuous acquaintances, but the attraction of appearing to live a dissipated life proved too strong for her. Via Gould. Late last night, Gould suddenly jumped out of bed, hammered frantically at the door, and clamoured for help against imaginary enemies who, he said, were trying to cut off his legs and put them in a sack. This morning, when he was allowed to see his lawyer, he was seized with another fit of fury and attacked his visitor with his fists. The lawyer now declines to see his client again. Gould's condition will be used in his trial in support of a plea that he is a madman. The highly publicised trial, branded by the media as the Monte Carlo trunk murder, captivated audiences globally. The macabre details of the crime, coupled with its ties to the upper echelons of society, rendered it an irresistible spectacle. Consequently, Gould found himself propelled to newfound notoriety, far eclipsing the recognition he had garnered from his exploits on the tennis court. The evidence that had been placed before the magistrates is repeated in the trial. Interestingly, it is Mrs. Gould, as perceived planner and instigator, who is given the maximum penalty. From the Daily Mirror, the 5th of December 1907, sentences on the Goulds: wife condemned to death, husband to hard labour for life. Scenes in court. Madame faints when reminded of Via Gould's mad love for her. Madame Gould is sentenced to death and her husband Via Gould to hard labour for life. This was the verdict declared this evening at the conclusion of the trial for the ghastly murder of Madame Emma Levan at the Villa Messinensi at the beginning of August. Today's proceedings were taken up with the speeches of the counsel for the prosecution and the defence, all the evidence having been taken on the previous day. Madame Gould's composure had entirely broken down when the hearing was resumed this morning, and instead of the calm, self-possessed attitude she had displayed previously, she appeared thoroughly broken in spirit and no longer mistress of herself. It was as though she understood for the first time that the verdict must go against her, but even she hardly realized that her sentence would be more severe than her husband's, whom she had used as her tool. Madame Gould had 3 days in which to appeal against her sentence. Madame Gould in tears. Madame Gould had a bad night, and today she was as white as a sheet. It was evident that she was at the end of her strength, and all her courage had gone. While she sat on the bench, tears rained down her face, and her veil was wet with moisture. Vere Gould was, perhaps, a trifle paler than yesterday, but he remained impassive and calm. Madame Gould turned her back to the audience, but the husband looked around in an aimless sort of way. At the beginning of today's sitting, Monsieur Alain, Advocate General, addressed the court for the public prosecutor. Mademoiselle Girondin, the Gould's niece, was excused from being present. Monsieur Alain's speech was a severe indictment of both the accused, whom he represented as a couple of adventurers who were living at hazard and were not over scrupulous in the methods they employed. While he spoke with much dramatic force and skill, Gould kept his eyes fastened upon him, but Madame Gould sat motionless as a statue. Loved his wife madly. The speech of Monsieur Alain produced a great effect on the audience, which was largely composed of women. While he charged the Goulds with premeditation and with having lured their victim into a trap, Madame Gould wept copiously and asked for water. A minute later, when the Advocate General pronounced the words "Gould loved his wife madly," she uttered a cry and fell into the arms of a police officer. A medical man at once went to her assistance, and her husband leaned anxiously towards her. Madame Gould's counsel advised her to be calm. "I will try," she replied, faintly. Finally, she was given ether to inhale and recovered. She betrayed much emotion on hearing the public prosecutor demand the death sentence. Plea for mercy. The audience applauded the orator, but the judge at once called them to order. After the usual suspension for luncheon, Monsieur Kuhneman addressed the court for Vere Gould. He protested with vehemence against capital punishment, which had been abolished in other countries by the force of public opinion, and implored mercy of the judges. Monsieur Barberin, speaking on behalf of Madame Gould, said he was obliged to defend his client against public opinion. She stood alone. Her friends had deserted her, her adopted daughter had denounced her, and the crowd was clamouring for her death. He denied her participation in the crime, and after also protesting against capital punishment, besought the pity of her judges. After the long speeches of counsel, the tribunal retired, and after a deliberation lasting 2 hours, returned at 7:15. In a hard voice, the president delivered the terrible verdict. Gould took it fairly well, but Madame, on whom the heaviest blow fell, gave a piercing cry I am innocent, and fell fainting to the floor. With the court verdict, both Gould and his wife were convicted of murder. Madame Gould, deemed the mastermind behind the crime, received the more severe punishment, death by guillotine. However, Monacan authorities hesitated to carry out the execution, particularly when she insisted on being beheaded in front of Monte Carlo's prestigious casino. Recognizing the adverse impact such a public spectacle would have on the resort's reputation, officials commuted her sentence to life imprisonment. Madame Gould ultimately passed away in a French prison in 1914. As for the former Wimbledon finalist, he was exiled to Devil's Island in French Guiana for his role in the murder. Once accustomed to rubbing shoulders with the elite, Gould now shared his days with thieves, political dissidents, and fellow convicts. Unable to bear the harsh conditions of the penal colony, Gould took his own life on September the 8th, 1909.
Case 5. The case of Madame Bessarabo, 1921. Paris, 1920. A wealthy husband vanishes without a trace, leaving only whispers of a turbulent marriage. Days later, a railway trunk in Nancy reveals the grotesque truth, the bound and lifeless body of Monsieur Bessarabo. At the centre of the scandal stands his formidable wife, the enigmatic Madame Bessarabo, a woman of theatrical passions, financial ruin, and a talent for weaving outlandish tales of spies and secret plots. Was this the work of a desperate wife, a calculating murderess, or something stranger still? This is the extraordinary case that enthralled Paris and made international headlines.
Madame Bessarabo, or Hira Mertel. Marie-Louise Gruge was a woman with a flair for the dramatic and sense of adventure. She moved to Mexico in 1892, and here she met and married Monsieur Pierre-Paul Jacques, and had 2 daughters. Marie-Louise had literary aspirations, writing prolifically under the pen name of Hira Mertel. The couple, with their daughter, moved to Paris in 1911, a place far more conducive to the literary circles that Marie-Louise wished to engage in. The first death. In Paris, the first tragedy struck Marie-Louise with the apparent suicide of her husband, Monsieur Jacques. At his desk, with a gun by his side and the gun shot through the right temple, he had written a note stating that he was committing suicide. Bereft, his wife, Marie-Louise Jacques, confirmed that her husband had sadly been having severe financial issues, which may have been why he had committed suicide. Police were not completely convinced, but without any proof of anything more nefarious having transpired, they were unable to pursue. The widow, Madame Jacques, or Hira Mertel, as she liked to be recognized, pack up their things and move back to Mexico. The sale of her husband's estate nets Madame Jacques, or Hira Mertel, a considerable sum. Husband 2. It doesn't take long for Hira to meet wealthy Jacob Weissman, who becomes a naturalized French citizen and goes under the name of Georges Bessarabo. The new blended family pack their things and travel back to Paris, where Hira Mertel, the new Madame Bessarabo, once again involves herself in the Paris literary set. The marriage, which was known to be stormy in Mexico, becomes even more so in Paris. Bessarabo, a known philanderer, lacks indiscretion in his outside activities, leaving Madame Bessarabo quite aware of his continued infidelities. Madame Bessarabo equally is known to have affairs and carry on a bohemian lifestyle with her pseudo-literary set. More importantly, there is some rumour that Bessarabo may dump his wife, which would leave her financially stranded and publicly humiliated. The crime. The story that grips the public takes place in July 1920, with a report from the chauffeur to the police regarding the unexplained disappearance of his employer, Monsieur Bessarabo, who he knew would be depositing a large sum of money. From the Newcastle Journal, the 5th of August 1920, another trunk murder, disappearance of rich Paris merchant, Morning Post and Newcastle Daily. On Monday morning, the chauffeur in the service of a wealthy Paris merchant named Bessarabo informed the police that his employer, who had placed 200,000 francs in a bank on Friday, had failed to appear at a rendezvous he had made for Saturday morning, and he had not been seen since. He added that Madame Bessarabo on Saturday morning surprised him by stating that her husband had gone away till Monday, subsequently refusing his services and taking a taxicab in which she and her daughter left for the station, carrying with them a large and heavy trunk. Chauffeur's story. The chauffeur explained to the police that Bessarabo and his wife were on very bad terms, and that a few weeks ago his wife and stepdaughter had tried to strangle him. He was afraid something had happened to his employer. Inquiries made by the police showed that Madame Bessarabo and her daughter had left Paris for a villa in the suburb of Montmorency. Madame Bessarabo informed the police that her husband had been obliged to go away on business and that she had accompanied him on Friday afternoon to the Gare du Nord. Later in the day, at his request, she had taken a large trunk containing several compromising papers and dispatched them to Nancy from the Gare d'Est. Discovery of the trunk. Telegrams were sent by the police to Nancy, where a trunk was found lying unclaimed at the station. On being opened, it was found to contain the body of a man, since identified as Bessarabo, who appears to have been strangled. Madame Bessarabo denied all knowledge of the crime and suggested that her husband might have been assassinated after they had parted at the Gare du Nord. According to further statements made by the woman, the dead man, a naturalized Frenchman, was of Romanian birth and originally bore the name of Weissman. It is alleged that he had squandered 700 to 800,000 francs of her marriage portion and had been systematically unfaithful to her. Both Madame Bessarabo and her daughter have been arrested. Madame Bessarabo is prolific in her various statements and explanations of how her husband's body could possibly have ended up in a trunk in the Nancy station luggage department. Stories of his having been a secret spy with incriminating documents is just one of the fantastic stories woven, appropriately, by a fiction writer. As the story of his having been a secret spy with incriminating documents implying that he had been murdered by counter-spies does not hold, Madame Bessarabo uses the French crime of passion explanation, stating that she had seen her husband with a letter from another. and in a fit of jealousy and passion had killed him. The trunk and burning of his clothes were an attempt to hide the crime. However, evidence emerges that Madame Bessarabo, even with the money collected from the death of her first husband and generated from her writing as Hera Mertel, was in a financial predicament. Her stock exchange forays had been unsuccessful, and she was dangerously low of funds. There was also some rumour that her wealthy husband had informed her that no help would be forthcoming to help her out of her financial predicament. From the Lancashire Evening Post, the 7th of August 1920, alleged confession of French novelist. What little mystery still attached to the disappearance of Bessarabo from his Paris home a week ago and the discovery of his body in a trunk at a station at Nancy has now been removed by the confessions of his wife and stepdaughter. Nevertheless, by reason of the social standing of the principals and the speed wherewith the guilt has been traced home in these days when so many crimes go undetected by the French police, the press devoted columns to the story. Madame Bessarabo, who is 46 years of age and the author of several novels, poems, and review articles, has told the police that she married her second husband in Mexico. He was originally a Romanian named Weissman, but he changed his name on becoming a naturalized Frenchman. They returned to Europe 2 years ago and settled in Paris. By reason of the liaisons the husband contracted and the wife's temperament, which she described as no less jealous than violent, their life in Paris was a stormy one. When the husband arrived home late on Friday night and went to bed, his wife began upbraiding him with his infidelities. In an excess of rage, he seized her by the throat, whereupon she wrenched herself free, snatched a revolver lying on a chair nearby, and shot the man dead. The daughter, awakened by the noise, ran to the door of the room but was told not to enter, and reassured by some excuse, returned to bed. In the morning, the daughter was told to fetch a trunk from the attic, and on returning found Bessarabo's body already tied up in a bundle, and helped her mother to put it into the trunk. The two women then went to the station and dispatched it to Nancy. Afterwards they set out for the Villa Montmorency, stopping on the way at Enghien, where they hired a boat and dropped the revolver into the lake. The blood-stained pillow and sheets they burned. There seems to have been no motive for choosing Nancy as the destination of the trunk, nor does the murderer appear to have made any attempt to disguise her whereabouts after the crime. Though she apparently had the idea of going abroad, had it not been for the chauffeur who acted so quickly on his suspicions, she might perhaps have escaped. The victim, who made and spent money equally fast, recently made a fortune by speculation. Further sensational facts have come to light with the extraordinary trunk murder. It would appear that the reason Madame Bessarabo's crime was possibly not jealousy, as she asserted, but financial interest, and the murder was premeditated. It is now alleged that she had 8 days previously made certain compromising statements to friends expressing her hatred of her husband and wishing him dead. Further, she accused him of having spent her entire fortune on other women. It also transpires that she had recently been gambling heavily on the stock exchange and losing large sums of money, and was in exceptional financial difficulty, whereas her husband's finances were excellent. Inquiries were also to be made concerning the death of her first husband, Monsieur Jacques in 1914. He too died by a bullet and was discovered with a letter confessing suicide, which is now considered a possible forgery. The death brought Madame an inheritance of nearly £40,000, worth approximately £5.5 million in 2024. It has further been discovered that some weeks ago she booked a passage to South America for herself and her daughter. There seems no question that Madame Bessarabo herself is implicated in the death of her husband, and that the murder was pre-planned, with the tickets bought for a trip to Mexico for herself and her daughter. But the question remains regarding the part her daughter played in his murder. From the Liverpool Daily Post, the 11th of August 1920, victim's stepdaughter under suspicion. A second reconstruction of the drama in the square La Bruyère flat, where Monsieur Bessarabo was shot by his wife, is to be carried out in a day or two. The object is to see whether the man's stepdaughter, Paula Jacques, will give an account of the scene that tallies with her mother's story. It is considered by no means certain that the girl had little to do with the affair, as was at first reported. A friend of Bessarabo states that his stepdaughter hated him because he prevented her marriage to a young man in Mexico. The girl is said to have remarked once that death was the right punishment for conjugal infidelity. She also said, "France is very behind in these things. In Mexico, people use revolvers for far less serious offences than infidelity." As the trial date approaches, the two women who are in jail but kept separate from each other, Madame Bessarabo begins to panic and change her story once again. From the Dundee Courier on the 3rd of March 1921, the Paris trunk mystery, endangered life for daughter's sake. Madame Bessarabo, who is accused of having murdered her husband, placing his body in a trunk, which she afterwards sent to Nancy in France, is a writer who, under the name of Hera Mertel, has produced a number of sensational stories. Immediately after the body of her husband had been found at Nancy, Madame Bessarabo admitted that she had shot him early one morning, had placed his body in a trunk, and had sent the trunk off by rail. On Tuesday, however, she declared to the examining magistrate that this story was nothing but a fabrication to protect her daughter, whom she was afraid would be accused of the crime. She now states that on the morning of July the 31st, she was at Gare d'Est with her husband, who intended to go to Nancy. He told her he had forgotten a number of things in the house, and taking a taxi, returned to fetch them. When the taxi returned, Monsieur Bessarabo was not there, but the chauffeur handed her a note directing her to forward the trunk which had arrived in the taxi to Nancy. Books on strategy. Madame Bessarabo then proceeded to cast the gravest doubts on the patriotic loyalty of her husband, declaring that in the trunk he generally kept books on strategy, plans of giant bombing planes, and mysterious tubes. This curious collection disquieted her to such an extent that she inquired of her husband its meaning. The latter reassured her, but as he was born in Vienna and spoke German better than French, she remained suspicious. Madame Bessarabo stated that she implored her husband to hand over these plans to the Ministry of War, but he refused, charging her to keep the matter secret. Accused concluded her declarations by an appeal to sentiment, asserting that for her daughter's sake she had placed her own life in danger. The French press is much diverted by this highly coloured story, one journal asking if Hira Mertel intends to sell the book and cinema rights of her new serial. The case goes to trial and is a sensation in its day. It is what all of Paris is talking about. Madame Bessarabo has obtained the very best legal defence that money can buy, the famous Matre Moro di Giafferi of serial killer Landru fame. The trial, part crime, part high drama, has at its centre the wildly unpredictable Madame Bessarabo, who seems to bask in the limelight, often interrupting witnesses and screeching unintelligible explanations. At the time the trial was considered pure entertainment. The trial begins by laying the groundwork with the history of Madame Bessarabo. From the Pall Mall Gazette, the 8th of June 1922, Husband's body in trunk. Latest French crime sensation. Gruesome story. 2 women placed on trial. Today sees the opening of the trial of Madame Bessarabo and her daughter, who are accused of the murder of Madame Bessarabo's husband, Monsieur Jacques Weissman, a Romanian, who became a naturalized French citizen under the name of Georges Bessarabo. Mademoiselle Paul Jacques, the 24-year-old daughter of Madame Bessarabo, is her child by her first marriage with Monsieur Jacques, a silk merchant who she married in Mexico. The crime of which the 2 women are accused was first heard on August 2nd, 1920, when information was given to the police by Monsieur Bessarabo's chauffeur to the effect that he had not seen his employer since the evening of July 30th and feared that some accident had befallen him. Monsieur Bessarabo was a man of some means and was concerned in the sale of Mexican oil. A heavy trunk. The police visited his apartment at 3 Square La Bruyere, where they learned that Madame Bessarabo and her daughter had left for their country house at Montmorency, taking with them a heavy trunk. The police afterwards found that this trunk had been dispatched to Nancy. Their suspicions were aroused and 2 inspectors were sent to Nancy to ascertain its content. Their discovery of the body of Monsieur Bessarabo in the trunk provided one of the greatest sensations in the history of crime in France. The first story. Previously, Madame Bessarabo had maintained that she had sent the trunk to Nancy at the request of her husband, who was anxious to rid himself of compromising documents, showing that he had been engaged in espionage. But after the contents of the trunk had been revealed, she admitted that on the night of July the 30th and 31st, she and her husband had quarrelled on account of attentions which she suspected him of paying to other women. After her husband had struck her, she picked up a revolver in self-defence and shot him. Early in the morning, she packed the body in the trunk and then drove with her daughter to various railway stations, finally deciding to dispatch the gruesome luggage to Nancy. She denied that her daughter knew of the murder or what the trunk contained. Daughter contradicts. The daughter, on the other hand, contradicted her mother. She declared that she heard the shot and later helped her mother to put the body in the trunk. These 2 accounts were those first given by the mother and daughter. Both have since furnished many different versions, which are worthy of Madame Bessarabo's talents as a writer of sensational stories under the name of Hira Mertel. One of these accounts is to the effect that Monsieur Bessarabo went with them to the Gare d'Est, later leaving them and driving off in a taxi with the trunk, after which they never saw him again. On another occasion, Madame Bessarabo affirmed that he was not dead, but he was in New York. In the face of all these contradictory versions, the task of the examining magistrate, the late Monsieur Bonin, who conducted the case against Landru, was not an easy one. The affair is further complicated by accusations of forgery brought against the two women. A complication. The motive for the alleged crime would appear to have been not jealousy, but a desire to obtain possession of a sum of 600,000 francs, which was due to Monsieur Bessarabo on the last day of July. For our listeners, that equates to approximately £36 million in 2024. A typewritten document found in the house in the square in La Bruyère gives Madame Bessarabo power of attorney to draw the money, and experts have identified the signature, Georges Bessarabo, as being in the handwriting of Mademoiselle Jacques, who admitted that she typed the document at her mother's dictation, but was reluctant to explain the presence of a number of attempts to imitate Monsieur Bessarabo's signature, which were found by the police in the waste paper basket. First husband's fate. Madame Bessarabo was born at Lyon in 1868. In 1895, she went to Mexico, where she married Monsieur Paul Jacques, a man 20 years older than herself. In 1900, Monsieur Jacques, who had amassed a comfortable fortune, returned to France at his wife's request. On May 5th, 1914, he was found dead at his desk, with a revolver by his side, shot through the head. The authorities concluded that it was a case of suicide, but a certain amount of suspicion was directed against his wife, who inherited under his will. Monsieur Bonin reopened the inquiry into this affair, but decided that there was no reason to bring a charge against Madame Bessarabo for the murder of her first husband. The trial is expected to last a week. Such is the fame of the case at the time that the Sunday Post sent over their own French-speaking reporter to cover the trial in detail. The British public are equally diverted by the drama that surrounds the case. From the Sunday Post, the 18th of June, 1922. Impressions at Trunk Mystery Trial. Landru's counsel puts up a great fight for Madame Bessarabo and her daughter. The closing stages of the sensational trunk murder in Paris have been characterized by scenes almost akin to those witnessed during the hearing of the notorious Landru case. Madame Bessarabo, a poetess well known in Parisian literary circles, is charged with the murder of her husband, Monsieur Jacques Bessarabo, a merchant, whose body was found in a trunk in the left luggage department at Nancy station. Mademoiselle Paul Jacques, a daughter by her former marriage, is also in the dock on the grounds of being her mother's accomplice. When I first saw Madame Bessarabo, who is the leading character in the amazing Paris trunk murder, sitting defiantly in the dock, my mental vision pictured her in another setting, that of the woman of deep sentiment, writing poetry full of sweet thoughts and finest imagery. Intensely dramatic proceedings. Somehow, as I scanned the heavy frame and rather hard features of Madame Bessarabo, I could not restrain an involuntary fleeting twinge of pity. But pity is no means the predominant sentiment. The case, even with the traditions of the notorious Landru, so recent, is one that will live long in the popular memory of Paris. Bitter animosity against mother and daughter, indignation and frank curiosity as to the outcome of the trial are rampant, and during the past week interest in the proceedings has risen to fever height. It is now close on 2 years since a tremendous sensation was caused in Paris literary circles by the arrest of Madame Bessarabo for the murder of her husband, whose body was found in a trunk in the left luggage department at Nancy station. Mademoiselle Paul Jacques, her daughter by her first marriage, was also arrested in the same connection. Famous defending counsel. They are being defended by the most eloquent and persuasive of counsel, Monsieur di Moro Giaferi, who figured in the same capacity in the Landru trial. Madame Bessarabo is a large, heavily built woman with a pale face furrowed with long, deep wrinkles. The thin, compressed lips give an impression of hardness, which is deepened by her obvious dyed fair hair. In temperament, she is excitable and loquacious, although now and again she has lapsed into a state of sullen moodiness. At other times her counsel has tried in vain to stem the torrent of her words under the fierce ordeal of accusation to which she was subjected by the president of the court, and her voice, rather husky at best, would become more and more hoarse as she was swamped by her temper and her verbosity. A pathetic little figure. Paul Jacques is a pathetic little figure. Small and inclined to stoutness, she appeared to feel her position more keenly than her mother, and frequently leant back with half-closed eyes and an appearance almost of stupor. She looked dreamily at the ceiling of the dingy court now and again, and an expression of haughty resignation would flicker across her face. Perhaps one of the most dramatic moments during the trial was early in the week when the trunk itself was opened in court. A shiver of repugnance ripped over the audience, and even the most morbidly curious sensed a feeling of revulsion. The jury sat tense and motionless. Even the usher, hardened to disagreeable scenes, showed signs of dread. But his weakness was only temporary. Regaining control of his features, he uttered his stern cry for silence. The cover of the luxurious trunk fell on the floor with a resounding clatter that jangled on one's nerves. A dull flush mounted to the cheeks of the accused women as they were brought in immediately after. They took their places in the dock with averted eyes, plainly avoiding the gaze of the public. Their life in prison. During the past 2 years, mother and daughter have been imprisoned at Lazare. They were allowed to have a number of things sent in to them from the outside. Madame Hira Mertel, for such was Madame Bessarabo's nom de plume, had the simplest of meals, which were delivered according to her daily order from a tidy little restaurant in the immediate vicinity. Mademoiselle Jacques seemed to enjoy a rather more robust appetite, and occasionally drank a little wine with her meals. Mother and daughter were separated from each other, and the authorities took good care to keep them apart. But neither of them was in solitary confinement, for Saint-Lazare not being fitted with cells, community life is the order of the day. Prisoners who have not been tried are not compelled to work, but the hours must seem like centuries to unoccupied trains and idle hands. It is not surprising, therefore, that both women passed their days sewing busily in the workroom amongst scores of other women. Their monotonous task was often brightened little by someone reading aloud. The former women of letters, no doubt, might have wished that more exciting texts had been chosen, but she was never heard to complain on this score. Whatever her thoughts, she kept them to herself, and to the prison officials they were a closed book. Only on one point did she open her mind, and that was to express her confidence that she and her daughter would be acquitted. Madame Bessarabo's former marriage. Madame Bessarabo, as I have indicated, had been married twice, and she had been asked some very pointed questions regarding the death of her first husband, Monsieur Paul Jacques, who was found one morning in 1914 shot through the head. A verdict of suicide was returned at the time, and the justification of which is now being questioned. She had met Monsieur Jacques in Mexico, and this country was destined to furnish her with her second husband in the person of Monsieur Jacques Weissman, better known as Bessarabo, Romanian merchant who became a naturalized Frenchman. The marriage took place in 1915, and not many months had elapsed before Paul, the elder of Madame's two daughters, took a fierce dislike to her stepfather because he interfered with her sweetheart. The household, I understand, was not a particularly happy one in Mexico, and when the family moved permanently to Paris, matters went from bad to worse, and scenes became a daily occurrence. A crowd of bohemians. Madame was much more interested in higher philosophy, poetry, and sociology than housekeeping. In order to pamper her literary aspirations, she tried to institute a salon, and men who shared her ideas, impecunious poets and rhyme masters, and a crowd of bohemians were welcomed at her house. While she went her way, the husband went his. Seeking consolation elsewhere, he soon gave rise to jealousy on the part of his wife. Madame Bessarabo was championed by her daughter Paul, who said to her stepfather one day, "If my husband deceived me, I should let him see how they play with pistols in Mexico." Then came the terrible tragedy in the end of July 1920. One day the merchant left his office as usual, having made preparations to bring off a large business transaction involving several million francs, but next morning he did not put in an appearance. His wife came instead at about 10 o'clock and said that her husband had gone to see some capitalists. On the following morning she returned to the office and made herself exceptionally pleasant to the staff, who, however, thought that her demeanour was strange, although she was labouring under some strong excitement. The afternoon she again presented herself and showed to the secretary a letter purporting to have been written to her from her husband concerning a trunk at Nancy station. On this occasion she burst into a tirade against Monsieur Bessarabo, calling him a bandit and a spy. The chauffeur's alarm. The chauffeur, who was alarmed at his master's non-appearance, reported the matter to the police. "The master has disappeared," he said. "He was a man who went in terror of his wife and his stepdaughter, and he was always afraid that he would be poisoned. I'm sure something has happened to him." The police then begin to make investigations and, amongst other things, discover that the mother and daughter had left the house on the day with a very heavy trunk, which they were ostensibly conveying to their country house. Acting on this information, a police officer visited Madame Bessarabo, who stated that it was being sent on to her husband in Nancy under another name. The trunk, on being opened at Nancy, was found to contain a shapeless mass wrapped in waterproof cloth with leather lining, which proved to be a corpse. The limbs were bound together with strips of flannel and a pair of straps. Possessed of this information, the police immediately proceeded to take Madame Bessarabo and her daughter into custody. As the case has worn on the central figure in this strange trial and has continued to interpose in some cases promptly and very flatly disputing the statements of various witnesses, but the interruptions which perhaps caused more of a stir than at any was when Madame Bessarabo suddenly rose from her seat and declared in an impassioned tone of voice, "Gentlemen of the jury, no one knows my secret, but I will reveal it to you before the end of the trial." Her lawyer's great fight. The fact that Madame Bessarabo had not always adhered to one story, and also the fact that her daughter at one point of the trial displayed a stubborn silence, have necessarily made the defence difficult. Further, the repeated outbursts in court of Madame Bessarabo contradicting statements by witnesses have built up a stupendous task for her able lawyer, Maître Moreau di Giafferi. This man of impassioned oratory and wonderful personal magnetism is reputed to be the greatest criminal lawyer in France. He has an amazing knack of seizing upon the smallest point and developing it to the utmost advantage of his client. And so, in this great human drama, with the lives of two women hanging in the balance, he is straining his ability to the last degree. Through the incredible efforts of their defence team, Madame Bessarabo avoids the death penalty and is sentenced to 20 years. Her daughter is acquitted. From the Scotsman, the 22nd of June 1922. End of French trunk murder trial. Madame Bessarabo sentenced to 20 years penal servitude. Her daughter acquitted. At the hearing of the trunk murder trial today, Madame Bessarabo's daughter, Paul Jacques, at last broke the long and persistent silence she has hitherto maintained. She declared that she heard a shot on the morning of July 31st and saw the dead body of her stepfather, Weissman / Bessarabo. She asked her mother, "What have you done?" And her mother replied, "Either he or I had to go." Paul added that she wanted to inform the police, but her mother prevented her and sent her to fetch a trunk instead. This statement, which placed her mother's guilt beyond doubt, was made in reply to the presiding judge, who asked her whether she had anything to add to today's speech by her counsel. She sobbed bitterly as she related the events incriminating her mother. The jury found Madame Bessarabo guilty with premeditation, but with extenuating circumstances, and they found her daughter not guilty. After her daughter's confession, Madame Bessarabo rose and poured out an incomprehensible torrent of words, endeavouring to show that the body found in the trunk was not that of Monsieur Weissman. The sitting was suspended for a time at the request of Maître Moreau Giafferi to enable Madame Bessarabo to recover her calm. 4:30 p.m. Madame Bessarabo has been found guilty and has been sentenced to 20 years penal servitude. Her daughter, Mademoiselle Paul Jacques, has been acquitted. Paul's admissions. Although Paul did not state whether she helped to place the body in the trunk, she admitted accompanying her mother to the station and also forging the letter signed Weissman instructing the chauffeur to take it to the station. Madame Bessarabo implored the jury to spare her daughter. "Punish the elder woman," she said. "She is guilty because she is old. This child is afraid, and I am not afraid, but I did not commit the murder." Mademoiselle Paul Jacques, on learning the verdict of her mother and her own acquittal, burst into tears and had to be led out. After the verdict was read, Madame's first words were, "Thank you, gentlemen of the jury, for having acquitted my daughter. As for me, I'm innocent." She received the sentence of 20 years hard labour quite calmly. Postscript. Questions continued regarding the death of her first husband, Monsieur Jacques, but no real further investigations were taken. Similar to the death of her first husband, had Monsieur Bessarabo's death remained unsolved, Madame Bessarabo would have come into possession of a considerable sum from his estate, just as she had with her first husband. Madame Bessarabo's sentence involved hard labour. She died in prison in 1931.
Case 6. Trunk Murder Tales, 1927 to 1934. In this last episode, we end with not one, but 3 notorious trunk murders. Cases where suitcases and steamer trunks concealed more than clothing. Between 1927 and 1934, England was haunted by a grim pattern. Women's bodies discovered stuffed into trunks, dismembered, decomposing, and shrouded in mystery. 3 separate murders, each shocking in its own right, but bound together by the macabre image of a life reduced to luggage. We unravel these chilling tales, examining the victims, the suspects, and the strange, sinister echoes that link the trunk murder cases.
Trunk Murder Number 1. 10th of May, 1927. Location, Charing Cross Railway Station. Victim, Minnie Bonatti. Charing Cross Station in London was the site of a grisly and unsettling find on the 10th of May, 1927. The left luggage department emitted a putrid stench that caught the attention of station staff, prompting an investigation into its source. To their horror, upon opening a trunk, a dismembered body of a woman was uncovered. From the Birmingham Daily Gazette, the 11th of May, 1927. Woman's body in cloakroom, discovery at a London station. Officials at Charing Cross Station, London, early yesterday broke open a black leather trunk in the cloakroom and discovered in it the dismembered body of a woman. Chief Constable Wensley, senior detective officer at Scotland Yard, at once took charge of the investigation and last night issued the following statement concerning the mystery. On the Friday, the 6th of May, 1927, the trunk was deposited at Charing Cross Railway Station cloakroom. On the same day, a cloakroom ticket bearing reference to that trunk was picked up and returned to the railway authorities. On the morning of the 10th of May, in consequence of the odour from the trunk, it was opened and found to contain the body of a woman, aged apparently between 35 and 40 years of age. Height 5 foot. Complexion and hair which had been bobbed and is now about 9 inches long, is dark. The body was well nourished. The early external marks of violence prior to death were a contusion on the right side temple and intrusion of the left eye, several small bruises on the elbow of the right arm. Her appearance rather indicated that she was of the working class. In 4 parcels. The arms and legs had been severed from the body, and death probably had taken place some 14 to 21 days before. 9 teeth in the back of the upper jaw and 7 at the back of the lower jaw are missing. The trunk also contains a short coat and a skirt of grey tweed and mauve mixture material. The body was in 4 distinct parcels, each wrapped in clothing and covered with brown paper and string. The trunk was 31 inches in length and 23 in depth and 19 inches wide, and lined with thin white canvas. It is of black American leather with black iron fittings, 2 strips of wood under the bottom and bound round with a leather strap, 1 leather handle at each end, oval top with the initials IFA in faint lettering painted in white thereon. There is also the initial A, which is painted in white. A cardboard ticket bearing the name F. Austin to St. Leonard's was tied to the handle on one side of the trunk. This trunk is apparently a second-hand one and appears originally to have belonged to the person whose initials are IFA. The police are anxious to trace the identity of the deceased person and the person who deposited the trunk at Charing Cross railway station. Special attention of laundry proprietors is called to the marks on the clothing. Any information should be communicated at once to the Superintendent Division, Dow Street Police Elation, Scotland Yard, or any police station. Subsequently, Scotland Yard issued a further official statement as follows. It has been fairly well established that the trunk containing the dead body of a woman was sold in the district of Brixton to a man whose description for the moment is somewhat vague and is highly probably that the purchaser resided in the neighbourhood of Brixton, Streatham or locality. It is recalled by the station staff at Charing Cross that on Friday afternoon a man arrived in a taxicab and hailed a porter. He directed him to remove a trunk from the front of the cab and take it to the cloakroom, and explained that he would be coming to catch a train later. After taking the cloakroom ticket, he left again. The man, it is stated, threw away the receipt outside the station, and this was picked up by a shoeblack, who returned it to the cloakroom. It bears the signature of the cloakroom attendant, and the police have been able to get from him a fairly adequate description of the man who left the trunk. Post-mortem. Renowned police pathologist Sir Bernard Spilsbury, celebrated for his work on the infamous Dr. Crippen case in 1910, was summoned to perform a post-mortem examination at Westminster Mortuary. The ghastly scene that awaited him revealed a limbless body with severed legs and arms. Each gruesome piece had been carefully wrapped in brown paper and secured with string. The victim's shoes and handbag were also discovered within the trunk. It was determined that the crime had occurred 2 to 3 weeks prior. A clue stitched onto a duster found in the trunk led investigators to Mrs. Holt of South Kensington. she positively identified the body as that of Mrs. Rolls, formerly employed as a cook in her household. Unbeknownst to Mrs. Holt, Rolls, whose real name was Minnie Bonatti, had abandoned her husband and adopted daughter to pursue a life of prostitution. From the Civil and Military Gazette, the 15th of May, 1927, Charing Cross Mystery, body identified. The name P. Holt on an article of clothing inside the trunk found in Charing Cross led to the identification of the victim. A Mrs. Holt of Chelsea identified part of clothing as formerly belonging to her daughter, who was missed when the former cook, Mrs. Elsie Rolls, left her service months ago. This woman lived with a man named Rolls in Chelsea and was understood to be his wife, but she was the separated wife of an Italian waiter. Her real name was Minnie Bonatti. The waiter today identified the remains in the trunk as those of his wife. Further inquiries conducted by the police directed their attention to Rochester Row in Westminster, where multiple interviews were conducted. Among the individuals under scrutiny, one name raised suspicion: John Robinson. He had been subletting rooms at number 86 under the guise of Edwards & Co., a fictitious estate agent. Robinson had recently informed his landlord of his financial ruin before abruptly vacating the premises around the 9th of May. The breakthrough in the investigation came on the 21st of May when Chief Inspector George Cornish discovered a label with the word Greyhound stitched onto a duster found within the trunk. It was revealed that John Robinson's wife worked at the Greyhound Hotel in Hammersmith. Returning to Rochester Row, the police uncovered a blood-stained matchstick, further fueling suspicions. Robinson was promptly taken into custody and transported to Scotland Yard for questioning. On the 23rd of May, Robinson was formally charged with murder. During interrogation, Robinson admitted to encountering a woman at Victoria Station, whom he later brought back to his rented room. According to his account, she demanded money, and when he refused, she lunged at him. In a state of panic, he struck her, causing her to fall and strike her head on a chair. Believing her to be merely stunned, Robinson left for his office in Kensington. Shockingly, upon his return the following day, he discovered the woman deceased. Faced with the grim reality, he resolved to dismember her body and conceal it within the trunk, which he deposited at Charing Cross Station. With some pressure from Scotland Yard, Robinson confesses. From Reynolds newspaper, the 29th of May, 1927, detective tells of finding large knife under a tree. Robinson states, "I realise that this is serious. I met that woman at Victoria and took her to my offices. I done it and cut her up," was part of a dramatic statement alleged to have been made to the police by John Robinson, 36, a clerk. The woman, whose body cut up into 8 portions, was found in a trunk at Charing Cross Station, London. Hundreds of people struggled to get into the Westminster Police Court when Robinson was brought up and remanded for 8 weeks. Fair, with sandy hair brushed straight back and of big build, Robinson listened without sign of emotion while Chief Inspector Cornish told of his arrest and alleged confession. The case went to trial. Robinson stuck to his story that Minnie had died accidentally in the course of self-defence. So, although he admitted to cutting her up, he stated that she had died on her own after hitting a chair. Defence. In a gripping courtroom drama that held the nation spellbound, the trial of John Robinson, accused of murdering Minnie Bonatti, reached a dramatic climax at the venerable halls of the Old Bailey. Robinson's defence asserted that Bonatti had tragically succumbed to a sudden heart attack, attempting to cast doubt on any ill intentions on his part. However, the prosecution forcefully argued that the injuries sustained by the victim's head were inconsistent with a natural demise. Sir Spilsbury drew the jury's attention to the telltale bruises discovered on Bonatti's chest, strongly indicating that someone had forcefully held her down, possibly suffocating her in the process. The weight of this assertion hung heavily in the courtroom, leaving an indelible impression on the minds of all who bore witness to the proceedings. The jury, swayed by Sir Spilsbury's compelling arguments and the weight of the evidence presented, returned their verdict, declaring Robinson guilty of the heinous crime. The solemn pronouncement of guilt reverberated throughout the courtroom, eliciting a mix of relief and sombre reflections from those in attendance. The gravity of the crime and the compelling case presented by the prosecution left little room for doubt. Robinson's fate was sealed, and the sentence of the court was swift and decisive. John Robinson, the convicted murderer, faced the ultimate consequence of his actions. Robinson was hanged on the fateful day of August the 12th, 1927. Trunk Murder 2, 17th of June, 1934, and the 18th of June, 1834. Location: Brighton Railway Station and King's Cross Railway Station. Victim: unknown pregnant woman. Result: unsolved. 7 years later, in a chilling event reminiscent of the Charing Cross macabre find on the 17th of June 1934, a Southern Railway cloakroom attendant named William Joseph Vinicum stumbled upon a horrifying secret within the depths of Brighton Railway Station. Intrigued by a noxious odour emitting from a locked trunk in the cloakroom, Vinicum promptly alerted Detective Bishop of the Railway Police to investigate the matter further. Together, they cautiously unlocked the trunk, their senses assailed by an unnerving combination of blood-soaked layers of paper and cotton wool. Within this grotesque arrangement lay a tightly bound parcel, its sash cord tightly securing the limbs and torso of a woman. The grim discovery sent shockwaves through the community, captivating the nation with its disturbing nature. The following day, another grim parcel emerged at King's Cross Railway Station, containing the severed legs of the same unfortunate woman. The grisly pieces of evidence were subjected to a meticulous examination during the post-mortem conducted on the 19th of June 1934 by the esteemed pathologist Sir Bernard Spilsbury of Dr. Crippen fame, and found the body parts belonged to the same woman. From the Sunderland Echo and Shipping Gazette, 19th of June 1934. Penciled word clue in trunk murder. Grim left luggage discoveries in railway station. The blue pencilled word Ford on the paper in which a woman's body was found in a trunk at Brighton railway station is the most vital clue the police have at present to what threatens to be a baffling murder mystery. Who is the victim? Trunk murders solved by Scotland Yard in the past have never provided the police more slender clues than the Brighton railway station cloakroom case. The facts, as they are known, are at present known to Chief Detective Inspector Donaldson and Detective Sergeant Sorrell of Scotland Yard, who are directing the intensive investigations in the coast town, are these. The dismembered body of a woman, the head and limbs missing, was found in a cabin trunk in the cloakroom at Brighton Central Railway Station on Sunday night. Legs and feet believed to belong to the body were found yesterday in a suitcase standing on a rack in the cloakroom of King's Cross Station in London. There is no trace yet of the head and arms. The blue pencilled word Ford was on the paper in which the torso was wrapped. Immediately before the letter F is part of another letter, as though the word might have been such a name as Guilford or Stafford, or even a surname ending in Ford. The writing is bold and of the kind a warehouseman might use in addressing a parcel. A man is believed to have left the trunk at the cloakroom on June the 6th, which was Derby Day. Dr. H. J. Pullen, the Brighton police surgeon, has established that the torso is of a woman between 40 and 45 years of age, of medium build, and probably 5 foot 2 or 3 inches in height. The trunk in which the torso was found is of a cheap, common type of plywood and canvas, largely used by holiday makers. It is new and bears no maker's or trader's name. Sir Bernard Spilsbury, whose pathological skill has frequently been of immense value to the police in murder cases, today travelled to Brighton to make an autopsy of the torso. Sir Bernard Spilsbury does indeed perform the autopsy. His findings revealed that the victim, a 25-year-old woman, was not only carrying a child within her womb, but had also suffered a severe blow to the head inflicted by a blunt instrument. A fragment of paper bearing the cryptic inscription Ford served as the sole clue in this perplexing case. Authorities in Brighton sought assistance from the investigators at Scotland Yard, tasked with conducting an intensive nationwide operation. Detectives embarked on the laborious task of reviewing the cases of 700 missing women. Hospitals and establishments known to be associated with illicit activities such as abortion were meticulously scrutinized. In an unprecedented move, the police turned to the press, directly appealing to the public for any information that might aid their investigation. From the Scotsman, the 23rd of August 1934, Trunk Murder Number 1. The inquest on the unknown victim of the Trunk Murder Number 1, the woman whose torso was found in a trunk at Brighton Station cloakroom, was resumed at Brighton yesterday and adjourned for 6 months. The Deputy Borough Coroner said every effort had been made to obtain evidence of identity, but without success. Despite their relentless efforts, the initial month of inquiry yielded scant results, leaving investigators at a loss. Determined to leave no stone unturned, the focus shifted to thorough house-to-house searches. On the 15th of July, a little less than 1 month after the initial double trunk discoveries, a breakthrough was finally achieved when a locked room at 52 Kemp Street, Brighton, was discovered. Suspense filled the air as the authorities carefully pried open the mysterious trunk residing within its confines. The horrifying discovery led to Trunk Murder Number 3, 15th of July, 1934. Location: Suspect's house, Kemp Street in Brighton. Victim: Violet K. Result: unsolved, then solved 42 years later. In a stunning development, the perplexing puzzle surrounding the trunk discovered at Brighton railway station has taken an even more sinister turn. Unveiling a shocking tale of passion, jealousy, and a macabre secret, investigators have unearthed yet another decomposing body concealed within the confines of the trunk. Identified as a 42-year-old Violet K., her true name Violet Saunders, and this tragic figure had recently relocated from London to Brighton in the company of her lover, Tony Mancini, back in September of 1933. Violet K., the unfortunate victim revealed to be the ill-fated Violet K., ostensibly known as an actress, but having worked as a dancer. The relationship between Violet and Mancini was a troubled one. They were renowned for their arguments and conflicts. Mancini stated things had come to a boiling point on May the 10th, 1934, when Violet, in inebriated state, stormed into the cafe where Mancini worked, hurling accusations of infidelity at him, alleging a dalliance with a teenage waitress. This marks the final sighting of the ill-fated Violet. Questions arose as to her disappearance, which Mancini fobbed off by explaining that Violet had travelled to Paris. As questions loomed and concerns mounted, Mancini sought to assuage the growing unease surrounding Kay's inexplicable absence. Mancini resorted to sending a carefully crafted telegram to Kay's sister-in-law, posing as Kay herself, falsely proclaiming her newfound employment overseas. This ill-conceived attempt to divert suspicion would later serve as a damning piece of evidence, as it was revealed that the telegram had originated from Brighton on the very day Kay met her tragic end. Simultaneously, painters working in a dwelling Mancini had acquired on Kemp Street in close proximity to Brighton's bustling train station detected an unrelenting stench that defied description. With an announced impending house-to-house search for information regarding the first trunk murder, Mancini went on the run. From the Daily Mirror, 18th of July, 1934. Tony Mancini in court today. A charge of wilful murder will be read out at Brighton Police Court tomorrow. Standing in the dock will be Jack Notaire, alias Tony Mancini, the Brighton dancing waiter with the scarred lip, who, for 36 hours, was sought by police in connection with Trunk Crime Number 2, the discovery of the actress Violet K. in a trunk at Kemp Street in Brighton. The police court proceedings will begin at 11 a.m. and are not expected to take very long. Formal evidence to establish charge and identification will be offered. A remand will then be asked for, and Mancini will probably be taken to Lewes Jail. Before Mancini was formally charged with murder this afternoon, the body found at Kemp Street was identified by Mrs. Watts of New Kent Road, London, as that of her daughter, Violet Saunders, or Violet Kay. As reported, the hunt for notorious or Mancini ended with dramatic suddenness at Lee near Blackheath in the early hours of today. Mancini knows the Lee Green district well, having worked there about 2 years ago for a short while at a club. It is understood that he passed Lee Road Police Station less than half an hour before he was seen by PC Triplo in a police car. Mancini was in the middle of the roadway when the police approached him. He at once acquiesced with their request to return to the police station. The first thing he asked for was something to drink. He was tired and footsore, having walked many miles since leaving Brighton at 7:30 a.m. on Sunday. Mancini was remanded at the inquest, charging him with the willful murder of Violet Kay. From the start, the trial focused solely on Mancini and his connection with trunk number 2. From the Daily Mirror, the 13th of December 1934, Mancini and trunk number 1. No connection with it, says police chief. The focus with Mancini was his connection with trunk number 2 in 1934. Mancini's story is recorded in this news story from the Daily Mirror, the 13th of December 1934. Met in London Cafe. In August 1933, I was employed as a waiter in a restaurant at Leicester Square and there made the acquaintance of Violet Kay. She asked me to accompany her to Brighton. I pointed out that I had no money and she promised to help me. She said she had a good many friends in Brighton who kept her supplied with money. We lived at Brighton at various addresses, and I was engaged by the Skylark Cafe. At this time, Violet Kay and I were living at 44 Park Crescent. We had 3 rooms in the basement. I arrived home one evening and found Violet had left. She had left a note saying she had gone away with a man who could afford to keep her. This would be on May the 14th. I do not know the name of the man, but from what I have heard since, I believe his name is Moore, who has a bookmaker's office in Gloucester Road in Brighton. I heard from neighbours that this man had been visiting Violet, and on one occasion I questioned her about a man she had been seen with, and she told me that he was her uncle. Inspector Donaldson told how, after his arrest, Mancini in a statement said, "I went downstairs to the flat. I always used to ring the bell, but could not get an answer. I got in through the front room window, and I went into the bedroom, and she was lying on the bed with a handkerchief tied round her neck. I did not know why, but I had not got courage to go and tell the police what I had found. So I decided to take it with me, and for that purpose I bought a trunk. I did not kill her, as God is my judge." The circumstantial evidence against Mancini was considerable. The trunk was found in his rooms. The body had been there some time, as could be determined by the decomposition. Mancini had had guests in his room when the trunk had been pulled out, acting as a table for a game of cards. When he heard of the house-to-house searches, he made a run for it. Yet Mancini pled not guilty, sticking with his story that he had found her dead, panicked as he had a prior police record, and then stowed her in the trunk. With Violet's body now in the purchased trunk, he stated he brought the trunk to his rooms where he left it. At the trial, Mancini was robustly defended, and there were many dispersions placed on the character of the victim as part of the defence strategy. These included that she had been known to use morphine, that she was a known alcoholic. The picture portrayed of her was of an older woman desperately attempting to cling onto her young lover. The defence ploy worked. Amazingly, Mancini was found to have had no connection with the trunk number 1 and found not guilty with trunk number 2. From the Gloucestershire Echo, the 14th of December 1934, not guilty verdict in the Brighton trunk trial. Jack Notaire acquitted and discharged. Dramatic end to trial after jury's long retirement. Judges summing up. Jack Notaire, alias Tony Mancini, was at Sussex Assizes at Lewes today, and he was found not guilty of the murder of Violet Saunders, or Violet Kay, a professional dancer whose body was found in a trunk at Kemp Street, Brighton, last July. On his acquittal, Mancini was discharged. Mr. Justice Branson, in his summing up, told the jury to give all weight they could to Notaire's statement that, having been previously convicted, he felt he would not get a square deal from the police, and therefore he must conceal the body. Give all the weight you can to that, said the judge, and ask yourselves, can you imagine an innocent man dealing in this way with the woman whom he says he loved? I would remind you once again that unless you are satisfied beyond reasonable doubt the guilt of this man, you should find him not guilty. At the conclusion of his summing up, the judge remarked, "It is no part of the law that the prosecution has to prove motive for murder before a jury can convict a prisoner." The judge's summing up occupied just under an hour. The jury retired at 1:50. One of the most anxious figures waiting in court for the return of the jury was Notaire's father. He sat immediately in front of the centre of the dock, for the most part very still, with his head in his hands. After a long retirement, the jury returned and announced the verdict of not guilty. When the foreman announced the jury's verdict, Notaire put his hand to his head and seemed momentarily overcome. Notaire was therefore acquitted and discharged. Quickly the words spread amongst the crowd outside the court. Not guilty! Not guilty! The word passed from lip to lip. Notaire received the verdict very quietly. His head shook very slightly in a half-dazed manner. He stood looking fixedly at the judge and seemed hardly to realize what had happened until the judge said, "You are discharged." His mouth opened slightly, as if he were about to speak, but no sound came from his lips. He bowed his head slightly, and then, for the last time, descended the steps which he has so often descended during the previous week. The jury had been absent for 2 hours and 15 minutes. With no viable suspect remaining, the case went cold, and Violet's death, as well as the death of the woman in trunk number 1, murder in 1934, were left unsolved until... Fast forward to 1976. Notaire Mancini confesses to the killing of Violet Kay, the second trunk murder of 1934, in a British tabloid, The News of the World. In a remarkable turn of events, an unsettling chapter from the past resurfaced, casting a shadow of unresolved mystery and injustice over our society. Tony Mancini, at 68 years of age, made a startling confession regarding a heinous crime that had plagued Brighton back in 1934. In an exclusive revelation to the tabloid The News of the World, Mancini publicly admitted his guilt in this dreadful murder that sent shockwaves through the nation all those years ago. According to Mancini, he later admitted that a heated argument had taken place between himself and Violet and that the murder was accidental through self-defense. He stated that Violet had attempted to attack Mancini with a hammer, and Mancini, had managed to wrestle the hammer away from Violet. In the process of throwing the hammer across the room, it hit her in the right temple. Afraid that he would be sent to jail, Mancini shoved Kay's body into a trunk and used the trunk as a table when entertaining guests. When he heard of the house-to-house searches, Mancini fled, leaving the trunk with Violet's body in his room. The case went under legal review, and the Director of Public Prosecutions concluded that Mancini could not face a retrial given the passage of time and legal limitations. The ruling left many grappling with a sense of frustration in the quest for justice. While Mancini's confession sheds light on one of the grim mysteries that gripped Brighton, the third trunk murder in this episode, it must note that no evidence was discovered linking him to the second murder. That unfortunate victim, known simply as the girl with pretty feet, remains unsolved to this day, her identity lost in the annals of time. Tragically, her head was never recovered, leaving a void in the search for truth and closure.
If you've enjoyed this suitcase-shaped stroll through history's darker recesses, do consider liking, subscribing and sharing, preferably with someone who owns vintage luggage or has ever said, "Don't worry, it'll fit." Every click sends the algorithm into a state of mild panic as it tries to decide whether we're a Victorian travel vlog or an instructional guide on corpse storage. Let's not clear that up anytime soon, shall we? But if you'd like more, hundreds more cases, ad-free, episodes, podcasts and a few curiosities too grisly or too silly for YouTube, our Patreon library is where the real haul is stored. For just a few coins, you can unlock the lot and help keep this channel rattling along. The link is in the description. This has been News of the Times, and I am Robin Coles, zipping up the evidence and pretending nothing suspicious just rattled inside that trunk.